Everybody, and welcome to this very special charity stream. I'm Idly. We all know me and maybe think I'm cool. I don't know. I'm not in charge of your feelings. And tonight we will be playing Night City by Night, a wonderful collab of Vampire the Masquerade and Cyberpunk Red. We are going to have a wonderful guest TM, Sam Dungeon Samster over here, who's our storyteller, who's going to take it off from here.
Thanks, Idly. Hello, everybody, and thanks for being here, whether you're watching the VOD or you're here with us live. Like they just said, tonight we're going to be playing a mix of Vampire the Masquerade's V5 and Cyberpunk Red, so that when we're playing in the time frame established in Cyberpunk Red, aka the time of Red, it of course is double meaning with each of our characters being both kindred and edge runners. Edge runner is a term for cyberpunks. Mercs are people who have atypical jobs within Night City and the greater universe outside of that famous city within the realm, who specifically ride the line of legal actions and illegal ones. And what could be more true of vampires in merc lives, both as their primary jobs and as side gigs. But before we dive too far into the game, I want to pick it back up and say that I will be your storyteller this evening. My name, of course, is Sam, but I go online as Dungeon Samster, and I would like all of my Vampunks to introduce themselves. Angelo, let's get started with you.
I'm Angelo. I'm also known as Adaptation or Adapting to whatever platform it is that we're on, and today I'm going to be playing Lionel Duval, the Nosferatu Netrunner.
Excellent. And Jaden.
It's Jaden King everywhere, and tonight I will be Silas, the Prophet Coulter, the Ripperdoc Street Prophet.
Excellent. And Stevie.
Hi, I'm Stevie. I'm Stevie.lcx on all of the social medias I have, and tonight I'll be playing Mike and Fred, and I'm really excited to meet you all. I'm a K-Diff rocker boy.
Yeah, you are. And how about yourself, B? What you got going?
Hi, I'm B. I'm Typer Voxelations on all of my social media. I will be playing Murphy, the La Sombra exec.
And you let us in. Let's have you finish out the introductions. Idly.
Hi, I'm Idly, also known as Wild Hearts on every platform that I currently have, and probably in the future in the ones that I don't currently have. And I will be playing Rune Redacted, our Brujah Medtech.
Everybody's got to have a Brujah Medtech. And with our Vampunks having been introduced, I want to welcome all of you into Night City by Night, the first of these Bad Idea productions that I hope kicks off a string of them moving forward in the future. Speaking of the future, it is the year 2080. Those of you in the audience who have played Cyberpunk 2077 and or seen the Netflix show Cyberpunk Edgerunners will be familiar with a lot of the events that preceded tonight's story. With one major change, there are vampires out there as well. In addition to werewolves, ghosts, mummies, and just about anything else that's been present in the entire catalog of games and creatures from the World of Darkness, whether it's been from White Wolf, Renegade, and or anything in between. In this dark future, in both game senses, corporations are more in charge of just about everything than they are in our actual modern knights, and most of the grid before you on the screen have been around in one way, shape, or form since before the corporate wars of the late 90s, which have resulted in much of the habitable Earth being in a much less hospitable environment for humans and other beings. This, of course, has actually made it harder for beings who subsist off of humanity because there's less humanity to feed off of, to manipulate, to otherwise seek means and gains and opportunities from. Those who are still around are toughened as a result, no matter how seemingly humane they remain in their undead lives. We, of course, in this story will be in Night City, everybody's favorite place to play Cyberpunk, and in the year 2080. Most corps, if not all of them, have kindred backing. Those who don't, that'll be changing pretty shortly. The city itself is divided up into a number of districts held by vampires' various sets. You have the Ministry, in this universe not part of the Anarch movement. Speaking of the Anarchs, the Anarch Free State claims territory over all boroughs of Night City despite not having dominion in each of them. The Camarilla is hanging on by a thread. They don't work too well with all of the changes wrought by corporate evolution, but they're doing their best and are maintaining a much stronger foothold in Europe. But all of those details are just background noise, which is what edge runners such as these five are used to, because Night City's not a quiet place. And fortunately for them, even during the day, it's commonly a dark place, as buildings have been built atop each other, over high-rises and roadways, for decades, ever since Richard Knight, RIP, brought this idea into fruition. And with that hopeful note that this is a semi-more hospitable place for kindred and their ilk, we begin tonight in a firefight. Each of you are at the end of your latest job, which came to you at the behest of, I believe it's Diverse Media Systems, one of the foremost industries in for all of entertainment business, with multiple hands in news edifices, movie production companies, and reality TV BDs. You can have your own show on us. Diverse Media Systems came to you all because their personality, Moss Hanks, a Biotechnica clone of the famous Tom Hanks, who of course had to be cloned because who in a dark world such as this one could imagine having films without Tom Hanks, was kidnapped by the poser gang Street Gumps, which, as all of you know, are people who have sought the works of Ripper Docs who have made themselves look like Tom Hanks out of their sheer love of him. That's what poser gangs do. They fully form their personalities and actual visages around their favorite idol. And you have all successfully stolen Moss Hanks back from the Street Gumps, but unfortunately, Rune, you had brought everybody here under the cover of your NCMR, which is Night City Medical Response Ambulance Unit, and having come back out here, you were in the process of exfilling. That ambulance has been fully destroyed, and all of you are sort of packed against it at present as fire is coming down upon you from two sources. One, the Street Gumps are not happy that you're seeking to take away their prized possession, aka Moss Hanks. And two, there are actually joint forces of 3 other ambulance companies, not including Trauma Team, who are fighting to take in this caller because corporations can't make money unless they're the ones bringing in these patients to the hospitals. So what exactly is Rune doing at the edge of her ruined ambulance with everybody gathered around them, with Moss Hanks lying on the ground neutralized at present? And what do they look like? Oh, I think you're muted.
So Rune is a 5'4", kind looks like this a little bit like what if a strung out, caffeine addicted EMT became a vampire. Very pale, but like just ready to throw hands, or in this case is doing covering fire with her shotgun from inside of the from the outside of the ambulance, so you guys can get some cover if you want. And she's just quick loading with supernatural speed shotgun shells, and then tapping and racking, ready to go.
Oh yeah. And everybody knows the best first responders have speedwear. That's definitely what's happening here. It's definitely not a discipline or other vampiric ability. You just have high-end speedwear, and you actually hear from around the corner, because certainly you have to duck your head out every now and then, take these pot shots. Redacted! Give us the collar and we'll let you walk! There's no way your bonus will pay for your death!
Well, you know what? I ain't gonna walk, I'm gonna run this town. And then she just takes a warning shot nearby, just the kablow. And then another rack of the shotgun.
And you see what appears to be a hypo grenade hit the ground just outside the back ambulance door. And frustratingly, you know, a lot of EMTs try to weaponize their medical equipment, but thank goodness the noxious anti-health gas that's about to stream out of this won't have any effect on you or your allies. But auteur directoring, you do put your hands just over the mouth of Moss Hanks for a moment to ensure that none of that vapor comes over. And as it goes, boom, coating everybody on the side of the ambulance, we zoom in on Murph. Murph, over your earpiece, because you have an internal agent, the cell phone everybody hopes they can afford one day, you hear, boss, we got a major problem. But before you respond to that, who do we see?
You see Murph. He is, him, bottle blonde hair that, if you're close enough to see, it looks fried, deeply fried. Like, he has tech hair now, but you can tell that before tech hair existed, he was using that shit on his hair constantly. He has pierced ears and all over his face, designer clothes that are very, very expensive looking, and a pair of red lens glasses.
And that badass, once again, in his ear, we have a serious problem. And you know it's Perseus ringing in.
Well, I pay you to make problems, not problems, Percy. I'm kind of in a situation right now.
You don't understand, though. That 2 o'clock meeting with Decker, Tanaka, and Rogers got pushed, and it does seem to overlap with one of the time frames you did not have available. It is one of the most important meetings you had on your dossier, though. What kind of an action are you seeking for me to take here? This is uncharted territory.
Oh my god, oh my god. Okay. And I'm going to say, all right, can you hold for like 5 seconds, Perse? Like, I love you, man, but 5 seconds.
And you hear, you have my solemn vow that I will see to this matter to the best of my ability while you take a quick 5, and then boop, that goes by, and that vapor coats you from that health grenade that just hit the ground a few moments ago, and fire's drawing upon everybody around you at present. Is there any way that you want to immediately help the situation, knowing that there are 2 different groups? One is a united allegiance of multiple EMT crews at present.
Yes, I am going to use that vapor, and I'm going to duck out of the back of the ambulance, because I can't do anything if people can't see me. So I'm going to slip out of the vapor, and I'm going to find a place that I'm not going to get immediately shot, and I'm going to say, hey, and catch the attention of a couple of street gumps and use dominate. And I also have, let me check real quick here, mass manipulation. So I'm going to cause some confusion, targeting multiple street gumps and saying, hey, he's over there. And since they all look like him, I hope that helps.
Yeah. Since you said it, I'm going to have you make 2 rouse checks for me, please, indicative of the discipline that you're calling into place.
And a quick reminder, how does one do a rouse check again?
That is A-okay. So whether you're using the digital roller or if you have a D10 in front of you, you'll make a single D10 roll 2 times for me, please. And let us know what the result is. We'll help you interpret it.
That is both 9s.
That's great. So you tap on your inner vampiric abilities, which everybody just sees as great executive prowess. And although you feel the beast within stirring, as you seek to influence this many street gumps, you're the boss around here. That beast resides within, staying in its place. You call out, hey, look over there, or something equivalent to gain the attention of these street gumps, and
I whip off my glasses so they also see my eyes.
Oh, goodness. And because you brought it up, do they look cool as hell? Or was that just like a power move?
They look cool as hell, and they're also red, so.
Damn, that's cool. Just like the glasses. It's not self-defeating at all. Anyways, these individuals who look like a mix of actual Forrest Gump, whatever his name was from Saving Private Ryan in Philadelphia, they don't just look the part, they're dressed the part. All look in your direction, and then they look in the direction that you pointed, and they're just kind of like, we're gonna get him first! And you see about 10 of them tear off in that direction. And as you smirk from your new place of cover, we move on over to, I don't want to say the opposite of corporate executive, but Steve, I'll let you take it from there and describe who we're looking at as we meet Micron.
Mike and Fred is 6 foot tall, but they're wearing platform shoes, so they appear to be between 6'4" and 6'6", depending on how their knees are bent. And bright green hair. They've got some LEDs under their skin, just glowing. Wearing very little. Probably the jacket covers more than anything else. And yeah, that's Mikey.
And, that's totally fine because you have the best money can buy Sci-Tech Duro skin, which means you don't have to wear armor or a lot of clothing, and it changes color. And looking out from around the corner of this ruined ambulance, you happen to see that there's actually a small cadre of both Joint Force ambulance persons and street hanks who appear to have, I believe it's Chrome Heart, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Pins and paraphernalia, which, whether or not you have augmented eyes, kindred or otherwise, you know how to pick out your own merch. And it seems like there's at least 15 people at a quick eye scan that you could call on to either turn on each other or to go running away or to otherwise do it your bidding. Because you're not just the front person for Chrome Heart, you're an icon who's the front person of Chrome Heart. What's your angle?
I'm gonna walk up to them and be like, "Oh my god, I love your pins. Hi, I'm Mikey."
I like it, because this means you're walking through a hail of gunfire, some of which is coming from Rune, and doing just fine. Possibly a couple of Syntech bullets are bouncing off of your Duro skin, doing absolutely nothing. Most of your shots are missing, though, because you're not the weirdest thing walking across the street at present. And you walk over, and all of them kind of lower their weapons. Some of them outright drop them, and are just kind of like, "Ah, we need your autograph. Also, can you help us meet Moss Hanks?"
I don't know if you heard my bestie over there, but he went that way.
No roll needed, because we're just in the introduction. They very quickly get your autograph. And again, you must have speedwear because you get through those very quickly, and they all go tearing off in that direction. Do you move back over to the group, or are you just kind of like watching to see what happens next?
I'm just kind of watching.
Sounds about right. Chrome Heart. And I assume, at least for the moment, kneeling down behind the ruined ambulance, next to Moss Hank's unconscious form or somewhere else, we then see a very dapper, similarly not armored or armed gentleman. And Jaden, if I could have you introduce us to your character.
Silas is well dressed as always, because even a job requires a certain flair of appearance, as I have my button-down shirt partially open, and the most notable fact of my nice dressed pants, my finely polished shoes, and my gentle glasses that have just a subtle glare. As I am not just kneeling, I'm laying on the top of the ambulance, on my back in a full basking in the glory of the light above. I turn my head over in the bear rug pose, leaning on my elbow, and I gently bring my glasses down so they can see the depth of my eyes, the golden shine. And I give a smile, as I am, by definition, absolutely stunning. And my most notable feature is that my eyes aren't just gold, they are Babylonian gold, one of a kind.
I would hope two of a kind.
The other one is actually Babylonian platinum.
Even better. My apologies. For those of you at home not familiar with the mechanics of Vampire the Masquerade, he is literally stunning. And once again, without needing to roll a die, as a result of the high resource or merit dots in stunning for looks, half of the remaining throngs of attackers just look up the roof and go, "Oh, someone worth looking at." And they're still shooting, but it's kind of like pot shots in the other direction, so as to not accidentally aim at your beauty. And what are you doing with that opportunity?
I'm gonna lean over to the side and I'm gonna allow them, I'm gonna unbutton my shirt further, which shows a decorated tattoo of the Babylon, because I know what Babylon looks like. Specifically because I also have high marks in both status and fame, for I am known as the street prophet of Babylon. And when they see that, I just tell them, be sure that as you shoot each other, you don't leave any major damages. I will need some of these parts, so I can refresh those who still survive. Because I'm known as the perfect Ripper Doc. I make flesh beautiful and chrome absolute.
I make no promises.
Yeah.
And I then will just lay back and put my glasses back on and just bask.
Night City is a vibe, and so are its denizens. And considering the surreal situation, by once again, you have fully drawn half of the fire, not towards you, but just away from the fight entirely as a result of them noticing it's you. That really helps the situation, and possibly nowhere near the ambulance, and maybe right there in front of the ambulance, but not getting shot at because they're not even being seen. We finally have Lionel.
So, Lionel has a hood covering the majority of his features, as well as like a long kind of coat. And the only part that's really visible are his hands. And every once in a while, you see like a little flicker of light from the cyberware, the fashion wear that kind of flickers through. And he's kind of looking over, and the reason why he hangs out with half of these people is so that everybody is looking at them and no one is looking at him. So he's going to look over, and you said that there's a bunch of other ambulance groups that are kind of thing. Are they very distracted, you would say?
Incredibly so.
What are the chances that Lionel would believe he could go steal one of the working ambulances?
Frankly, pretty damn high.
Yeah, so he's going to stalk over to one of the ambulances, preferably one that has nobody in it.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get in the driver's seat, and he's going to start careening towards his friends, honking the horn, because that was the predetermined signal, obviously.
Yeah.
And to get them all to basically jump into the car as he kind of gets close enough so that they can take off.
And adding a little bit of flair to that, you are able to transfer some of your personal obfuscation to the vehicle in such a fashion that as you start it up and move it, you are causing misdirection to exude from yourself into the vehicle. It is background noise to these otherwise sufficiently distracted individuals. You wheel it around to be about 30 feet away and out of the direct line of fire and out of the tertiary line of fire established by Lionel's or Silas's actions as well. And as you drop that obfuscation and begin honking the horn, your friends certainly do notice. Your work acquaintances certainly do notice the previously established signal. And does everybody go running, hopping into that ambulance? And I assume at least one person picking up Moss Hanks to go.
The passenger door is locked, FYI. So the only thing available is the back.
Silas does not run. Silas only walks. Running implies you're not in control.
And you do occasionally catch a few bullets against your Kevlar reinforced, very dapper clothes, at which point, as a result of what we established previously of your status in this situation, you genuinely hear the shooter being like, "Oh God, I'm sorry!" And then a kerfuffle breaking out with companions nearby as they begin infighting as a result of the audacity to have shot at you. Multiple bullets are now heading in the direction of this new ambulance, but not a sufficient number of them are hitting in such a fashion that it'll be neutralized as each of you awkwardly pile into the back of the ambulance. And I'm guessing Silas climbing on top of this one as well.
Yes,
so it's
I
not be
come
clamored in the
on
back.
top.
Yeah.
Rune is gonna throw one of the O2 tanks from her wrecked ambulance just directly at them, and then take a quick shot with her shotgun to just create a new hazard of a flying propulsion O2 tank, which is basically a bomb.
Oh yeah, and part of your med tech loadout is duct tape, which, folks, is from the future, obviously. And
Obviously.
you're able to get a spare chew tank, short for chew, the fuel for most vehicles, and sort of like wrap it around O2. And you encourage everybody to get moving ASAP as you toss. I'm going to have you roll any die you want, and don't even tell me the number, just for the sake of rolling dice. And that will communicate that, yes, you make the shot, And as you all drive away, it is very much like the end of a cyberpunk vampire session with a cool explosion behind you. So, yeah, everybody hops into/onto the vehicle. The joint tanks are tossed. An explosion occurs. Multiple street hanks are blown asunder, but not in such a fashion to fully destroy the gang. I'm sure some of them are just enthusiasts and like to have movie nights. And as you go tearing out of Watson towards the city center, where you were meant to drop off Moss Hanks, so they could be recovered both by Biotechnica and the media company that hired you out, each of you receives on your agents, whether internal or external, a phone call from the Fixer. This, of course, being Franklin George. Franklin George is a Fixer handling media operations. He communicates to each and every one of you. Obviously, we had drones watching that whole situation because this could be good B or C roll footage for the next Moss Hanks action production. And that was fantastic, everyone. As promised previously, 20,000 is being wired your way immediately. And you all see, either on the agent or on your personal heads up, if you have cyber eyes, your bank accounts each assuredly increased by the previously agreed upon and slightly negotiated upward 20,000 euro bucks. Seems like it's going to be a good night to go out and celebrate. The ambulance ride is pretty smooth heading out of this Watson neighborhood, and you're heading on over to City Center at present. Does anybody have any witty repartee to throw at each other as you head to this obvious end of session celebration?
So, Lionel absolutely does not. He's very much like, you know, that slide window that they usually have. He closes it.
No, Rune sticks an arm through. No, excuse me. Let's get this party going. And she like pushes the window like further open.
He's still trying to close it.
Almost teleports like in like that super speed way into the passenger seat and kicks on all of the lights and sirens.
There's just a slow kind of like brooding cringe coming from the driver's seat as he kind of like shrinks towards the corner of the window.
What's really nice though is that you do have that inbuilt, what is it called? You do have the virtuality goggles inbuilt to your hood, so as they flip down, you're still able to see the road ahead of you, but you're at least able to zoom out into the net if needed to disassociate. The strongest move in a Nosferatu runner's toolkit, and you're about halfway through Little China on your way to the city center area, and the sirens are booming. I assume that Rune turned on music as well. The lights are going above. There's possibly chatter happening in the back. Basking without holding on to the top of the ambulance, still lying on his back, is Silas. And each of you once again gets that community call on your agents. And auspiciously, it totally dims all other sounds caused by the ambulance apart from those from its chew-powered motor. Everybody, choose chew. And the call that you receive comes very specifically from Fiona. Fiona is not the owner, not even a bartender or proprietor, but just a mainstay at the Afterlife, a common bar for mortal and non-mortal mercs within Night City. And Fiona commonly works with a variety of fixers, and this call comes through to each and every one of you, something that you had previously arranged by way of contract with the media company, and not something that's open on all of your frequencies outside of work that you're communally doing together, because you're not even a regular crew. You were cobbled together as a result of your specialties and probably have worked with each other in some capacity before, but this new call comes in and Fiona states, I was told to reach out to each and every one of you since you're all together. You are the ideal crew to take care of a matter of the greatest importance. It appears as though the society is at really crazy work here in Night City. We need you to stop at Afterlife right now. Head down to After Death. They'll see about your next job. And you feel control of the ambulance leave you, Lionel, as it begins auto-driving in a different direction with a Little China, totally going off of the route you had established to head over to City Center. The rest of the car ride either goes in silence or has a bunch of, complaints from a bunch of vampires who thought their night was soon to be over. And sure enough, you all land outside of the Afterlife. There's a huge line outside, mostly mortal mercs just by way of a deep inhale, stepping out of or off the top of their ambulance. Quite a few of you are garnering attention. Some mercs are jumping out of the line because they have to meet the prophet. Or, oh my god, is that the lead singer of Chrome Heart? And there are some people here too who are just kind of like, I need an internship. And they're leveling that at Murphy. But some individuals working for the Afterlife are able to push them aside, clearing the way for each of you to enter. Moving into the bar, you see numerous booths occupied by wannabe mercs, genuinely established individuals with smaller crowds around them, solemnly taking in drinks while discussing their next gigs. Individuals behind the bar wave at you. People in the bar still attempt to come up to you at times, but you, despite Sam Lopez's lack of confidence and how to have Fiona tell you that you have another important job to take on, you all move with confidence conveyed by the degree of import in her message in universe, heading for a very specific door at the back of Afterlife, which leads to the colloquially supernatural only sublevel, After Death. Down here in After Death, you move to a private room, standing outside of which is that suspiciously non-mortal yet non-kindred bodyguard that you know to be a personal valet to a Los Angeles native, now Night City institution, Victor Temple, a common fixer for high-end jobs within Night City. Shout out to B. Dave Walters for giving me permission to have Victor Temple exist in this one shot. Moving into this private room, you see about a 6'8" man sitting at a table all by his lonesome. He obviously has cyber knuckles on top of his meatware hands. Definitely has at least one cyber eye, but it matches the hue of his meat eye. And otherwise, not too much cyberware adorning him that's at least visible, because this is an individual whose power doesn't need cyber bolstering. You know individuals like this too, not necessarily need to be trifled with, even if it's tempting to do so at times, and he invites each and every one of you to sit down. This has to be done tonight.
Rune is gonna sit down, but she's gonna kick up her work boots onto the table. Just like casual.
Miss Redacted, I know you're off duty, but I'm gonna ask you to use just a little bit more decorum as we meet on this most auspicious manner.
I just shined these boots. I gotta show them off.
Be that as it may, I am arranging for beverages to arrive, and I believe I have each of your preferences in mind. They should be arriving shortly, and we will need the table space for that. And counter to what he has just conveyed, because some of you certainly are not baggers, very soon after this statement, you see an individual walk in and has a tray with a variety of either shot glasses or blood bags. There's approximately 8 of which to be chosen from, which means he has most of your tastes pretty well clocked, but is offering variety for those without. And in universe, each of you have undoubtedly been making hunger rouse checks, every 5 to 10 minutes since waking up at the onset of tonight. And even if it doesn't necessarily fill your needs hunger-wise, the blood is tempting. And he waits to see if anybody wants to take drinks, as a good host would offer in any situation, before continuing with the description of this job.
Did you bring any vegan options for my bestie?
He indicates with 3 fingers at a particularly rotund glass on the corner and states, believe it or not, that is 100% organic cougar blood.
Murphy blows Mikey a little kiss for remembering. Thank you, bestie. And goes back to texting Perseus on his internal agent and being like, move the most important meeting upward, and the other one, pay them an additional 10K to smooth things over.
All right, we're getting pretty tight on petty funds. I, of course, will go into my personal salary to take care of these matters.
And I will add all your expenses to your bonus, as I always do, because I love you, man.
I know I can always count on you. This is the best job I've ever had.
And I cut contact, because this is important.
Mm-hmm. You receive just by the way, it comes through and then airplane mode. Right. Whether or not everybody took drinks, go ahead.
Any one of these have coffee recently? I have a caffeine headache. I didn't know you could still have a caffeine headache.
And Victor, with sympathy, says, unfortunately, a lot of our vices from before we were embraced do carry over into our unlives. And if you take a deep enough breath, it turns out that two of the options on that tray are either a light roast or a dark roast. And he states, you'll have to forgive me, I didn't actually know what kind of coffee you were interested in, but we went on the extreme ends. And then he specifically points at the one that you can smell to be on the lighter roast side. The lighter the roast, the higher the... As any good fixer would know.
That is true.
Unfortunately, she can't partake because she's a consensualist, but she will politely inhale the caffeine and just wish that worked.
If it's any consolation, all of the blood that has been brought here today was... And looks to each and every one of you, double checking his mental Rolodex of predator types. Everybody here has blood that was willfully given. And I assume that's not a problem for anybody present.
Oh, thank you. Bring me as many as you have.
You notice that like one of them disappeared at some point, and you see Lionel over in the corner of the room crouched.
Silas has like rolled over one of the armchairs and is lounging across it, almost like just looking up and kind of being like unbothered by it. As much as I'd appreciate it, I have to have mine from the source. I have to leave a little bit of a nibble with every sip.
Right. Well, you know just as well as I how frequently we have to drink, so after we get business taken care of here, I'm sure there's a subtle way in which you can exert that need up in the bar.
Oh, I will indulge after the meeting.
Murph over here like, what a fucking diva, while he's drinking animal blood.
Right, and like, as you say that, blows a kiss.
For anybody who was talking that, by the way, the storyteller did look at the two vegans in the corner and considered his words carefully when he said, all of the blood that has been acquired was consensually, was done so consensually. And nobody questioned how a cougar consented to giving blood, but somehow it worked.
Mikey has taken blood and a shot glass, and it is like perched on a chair like a gargoyle.
Oh yeah.
We're double fisting all of the caffeine.
Mm-hmm.
He takes a look at the boots that are on the table, and then at the very cat-like and now gargoyle-like exhibitions on the couch, considers that this isn't my territory, I'm just using the space, sighs, and continues. Victor in the city of in Night City is the Baron, and again, Anarchs feel themselves to have dominion over all the districts. So Baron is not as tight of a title as he once held in the Valley of Los Angeles, but nevertheless, he is the somewhat disputed Baron of Arroyo, which is one of the southeastern districts within the city. Very close to the sort of like desert end, and unfortunately very, very near to the dump. But for somebody like Victor, who puts out many jobs like this one, having access to a nearby landfill isn't the worst thing in the world. And Victor lays out to you a bit of a conundrum. For you see, the Society of Leopold has long since been a thorn in the side of numerous kindred, and both from the Dark Ages to modern knights, and now to even more modern knights, because all of you know that it's about 2080 and we're in Night City, and that's the reality. And here they have unfortunately very well adapted to corporate-owned Earth in such a fashion that the Society of Leopold has now become SOL Inc. And of course, since the Society of Leopold has long since been part of every Inquisition, their Inc. is not INC, it is INQ. Sol Inc. has set up shop in one of the buildings in my area of town, using servers that are hidden therein, unfortunately, to put out a new form of intrusion countermeasure of electronics. And at the mention of ICE, I would imagine that Lionel would maybe scoff a little bit, because you haven't run into much in the way of programs that you can't overcome, whether they're standard issue, a little bit bolstered, or the rogue Black Ice programs of the net. So Mr. Temple levels this accusation that there's a threatening ice, and at the very least, in the room, Lionel, you're like, meh. And he goes, they've been taking on more and more talented individuals to develop their computer programs, and unfortunately, they've been able to figure out a new ice metric that's dangerous to everyone. And the conveyed tone seems to imply that regular programs, Black Ice, none of it's really that big of a threat to kindred hackers. But this new Red Ice apparently seems to be much more threatening to, if not kindred, all other supernatural entities on the net. And he says, at present, they're working on a contract for Netwatch, and if their efforts prove to be worthwhile and worth funding, they could be picked up, and this new countermeasure that's much more threatening to our kind could be distributed on a global scale, as opposed to just being put out in my neck of the woods, which by itself is an affront. And what I need each and every one of you to do is to go to Mega Building H4 on the southern end of my district and simply neutralize the problem. Mega buildings are approximately 50-story structures with heavily reinforced basements and substructures to support that tall of a building. And he gives you the details to suggest that, unfortunately, under his watch, their intrusion into the building was very tightly handled in such a fashion that he knows they're in there. He knows that's where the signal and where these new ice measures are coming from, but unfortunately, he doesn't know whether to direct you to look up or whether to look down. What he does say, however, is that he's able to convince the Night City PD to not necessarily be patrolling in that area over the next 5 hours, because in 5 hours, the sun certainly will rise, and this needs to be taken care of tonight. Does anybody have any questions on the matter before he insists that you all finish your drinks and get to work? I can think of one really important question, but I'll see if you all come to it.
Yeah, as the business person, Murph is out here like, okay, it's a rush job. What is the payment?
He waves his hands, and you see a flash in just the left eye, and each of you once again either hears an indicator on their agent or sees in their head-up display, if you have the appropriate eyewear, up in advance 15K immediately go into your bank accounts. And he states, this is of utmost importance. We have backing from other sources within the Anarch movement. Each of you is liable to receive 100,000 eddies upon successful completion of this job. I do need the people in that building, for they are blood for my people within Arroyo, but whatever it is you need to do to ensure that those servers go down tonight and they can't be risen again, I might even be able to see about more money on top of that.
All right, if you're willing to give that much money, I'd actually rather if you would take the money that you would pay me and put that towards the medical expenses of the people in the lower district. That's where I usually prefer it goes.
I'll double down. For you in particular, I can contribute about 200K towards that endeavor, assuming you're able to be successful tonight, with a guarantee that at least 50,000 eddies goes that way, assuming you all meet the final depth.
Works for me. We're all in.
Now he says we, but I am looking to hear from all of you. And stops cutting off Rune.
Rune is going to kind of go into her own senses, being, as she would call it, in tune with the Speed Force in one way or another. She is going to use Auspice's premonition and do a rouse check to get more information about Red Ice. Or
now, if you have the digital roller, oh yeah, please make a rouse check. It's either 1d10 IRL or just use the rouse button on Jaden King's digital dice roller.
I don't have that up, but I have the demi-plane, so let me just do one
That works too?
regular roll. No success. Oh wait, yes, one success, sorry.
There you go. It's 1 out of 1, so that's good news. Not unlike your kindred compatriots over the last couple of minutes, not necessarily having to maintain the blushes of life so that a variety of cyberware, both on body and on buildings, doesn't spot you as being blank bodies. A great danger in this world. You similarly stave off your hunger. It's something that all of you are all too well versed in. in these modern nights. Again, it is Cyberpunk 2080. And as you zone out of the conversation, you enter the Speed Force within your mind, and you go running into Lionel's territory. You find yourself actually entering the net, so to speak. This isn't
Lionel was
just-
already there, so did you see her?
Wave as she
Lionel,
zooms past.
Like,
And Lionel, you know that entering the net as a runner is no joke in the time of Red, because there aren't just rogue AIs coming from Bart Moss after his demise all those many years ago, but there are wraiths in the net as well. It is a dangerous place to be for mortal net runners and immortal ones alike. And she doesn't genuinely enter the space, not unlike how you don't, but as opposed to her digital aspect doing so, Rune projects their future self into the net. And Rune, what you find as you go running around in this space is somehow faith-derived software genuinely eating programs with fire. You've heard of a variety of offensive programs, some of which Lionel has maybe told you about or you've heard about otherwise, that can genuinely cause persons connected to the net or just victims of those who are connected by way of their neural wear to literally be set aflame. That is the most threatening thing to you as a member of Kindred Society from the net, because fire is one of the banes that genuinely affects you in the same way that it does mortal kind. And that is concerning all by itself, but this new red ice has faith-empowered fire around its defenses, around its offensive measures, and dare I say it, from a religious order, they appear to be in the process now of generating faith demons. Demons are AI-driven software programs that take it upon their own hands to, seek out threats, actual or derived. And this does seem like a genuine problem facing all kindred kind, especially considering that airspace is tightly controlled even for individuals with means, and these servers appear to be hidden in a residential area near probably about the 40th level of Mega Building H4.
Okay.
That solves the up or down problem.
Yeah. She kind of like zooms back into her own mind. The digital colors like flashing behind her eyes as she comes back to her senses. Level 40.
I know you wave by. Mhm.
We're going to level 40, guys.
Victor goes, guess I should have talked to a precog before arranging for you all to be here, but thank you for that information.
Just get faster. Gotta go fast.
Is that? And Victor's somebody who comes from the time where Sonic, happened. So he definitely clocks that reference and sort of like, respect. But I digress. If there's anything you need of me, any resources, I can see what I can divulge before heading back to Arroyo myself. There's other matters that I have to attend to this night that have nothing to do with Mega Building H4, but I'd be happy to help before we all depart, hopefully expeditiously.
As soon as he mentioned a threat to the net, Lionel immediately found the nearest jack-in port and went in to look for as much that he could about these new programs and how he may work to disable them once they are on the inside.
You can connect from the net anywhere, but you deep dive. You find a nice safe space, and there are definitely net running beds here in the club, especially in the basement levels that have been devoted to supernatural resources. And as you deep dive, I'm going to have you make an intelligence and technology check for me, please. So what you'll do is you'll look at the number of dots you have in intelligence, the number of dots you have in technology, and roll that many d10s.
6 successes.
Heck
Okay.
yeah.
Were any of those crit successes by chance?
None of them were crits. No.
Totally fine. I make a habit of stating the value, and you beat me to it. It was 5, so 6 is more than enough. And whilst everybody is hammering out final details, you deep dive into the net, and you have to go through a variety of different architectures, reaching from here in City Center over to Arroyo, running into a variety of programs in the process without us going fully into Cyberpunk's battle mechanics for offensive defensive programs. But you chop your way through, don't take any damage in the process, because as fast as you're trying to be, you're also being cautious and arriving at a hub connected to Soul Inc.'s operations in Arroyo, but not diving into that architecture because it would be dangerous to do so this far from a direct connect. You're able to discern that these are self-generating programs in such a fashion that, not unlike Hydra of myth and legend, as soon as you begin attacking them, they have been programmed to multiply. So you get the sense that whatever measures are taken against them, should you do so from the net, need to be all-encompassingly threatening, because if you can't take out a program in one, it either attracts help or creates its own. So you need to either destroy the servers outright, or from the net perspective, all-encompassing and unstoppable force.
He's gonna ask Victor if they have any offensive programs, as he kind of does a little bit of cringing, as he might have to take out some of his defensive cyberdeck programs in order to go and make sure that these things do not survive.
Give me a sec. I'm gonna roll die.
Okay.
He says, if it's of absolute pertinence to you, I can see about having it arrive there at about the same time that you would. Unfortunately, that's not within my wheelhouse, and I don't know anybody who's here tonight who'd be able to help you immediately with that. But assuming you head there shortly after this conversation, I can see about having something arrive that would assist you.
You just see a nod from Lionel as he is in the corner, in both thanks and in acknowledgement.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any paper or napkins on the table?
Oh yeah, they arrived with the tray.
Silas has been doing origami this whole time.
And it's all the more impressive considering how difficult it is to make origami out of napkins.
Yes. I'm making origami replicas of everybody in this room.
Jaden, I need you to roll dexterity and craft.
Yeah, actually, that's a specialty of mine.
Okay, good. So add your specialty die, and I'm gonna go with 5. That's a good difficulty, established by the previous difficulty, just in this introductory state.
That is good.
Anybody have any follow-up requests, or are you all ready to hop in a car? And by the way, that suspicious guard who stands outside the door, who's always associated with Victor's presence, but doesn't necessarily have a name that's well known on the street, leans in and states, Mr. Murphy, your driver is outside, ready to take you all over to Arroyo. I hope you don't mind. I took the liberty of arranging for them to arrive.
That's perfect, actually. You read my mind. You are a good assistant. Are you exclusive to Mr. Temple? Because I would also love to employ your services.
And she smiles and sort of looks over at Victor, and Victor says, I have an exclusive contract with the operative here. Yes, I do apologize. They're very efficient, and I'm not willing to let them go.
All right, well, you say that now. Also, before he leaves, I think I'm gonna catch him like at the final moment, just before he leaves, and is like, listen, the 100,000K sounds great, but I would also like to say I don't actually need that. If I could exchange that instead for a favor from you.
Now that is a prudent question. In Night City, eddies are everything, but in Kindred Society the world over, favors are the preferred currency. I'm gonna have you make a persuasion roll, and very specifically, let's go with charisma persuasion. Let's keep it simple.
Perfect, because that is what I'm good at, so I hope that does something for me.
I keep picking on everybody's specialties. Speaking of everybody's specialties, while you build that dice pool, Jaden, how'd you do?
6 with a critical.
Fantastic. So everybody, Silas has been throwing asides into the conversation, asking appropriate questions, and otherwise participating while languidly sitting atop the couch. But as active of a participant they were in this conversation and situation, at the same time, master-crafted origami recreations of yourselves have been placed on the table in front of each and every one of you. Any additions you want to throw on that, Jaden?
Oh, specifically since there's been blood, and if there's any form of, I'll take that and I smear it to get the clothing to decorate each of the origami so that it even matches their clothes, as if I use red as a full like charcoal painting style, just to make sure that it has this distinction to them.
Assuming everybody was maintaining a professional visage and didn't take more than one of the drinks on the table, there was at least one extra cup, and you had all the paint that you need because you're good at what you do. On your way out,
Can I take pictures of these?
Like, you want to take pictures of these?
Yeah.
You can have them.
I'm taking so many pictures from so many angles. They're going on all of my socials. I have found a way to tag Silas, even though he's not there, probably.
Silas is actually in one of the top, like, has one of the most amount of followings. I specifically have fame and status is maxed out. I'm the prophet.
Yeah, I have tagged you. I'm just singing your praises all over.
And nobody knows nobody knows anything about Mike better than they know. You paid for the extra large storage plan, both on cloud and offline, for your agent, and though I want to say because of vampiric speed, 400 photos you take are all unique, and with both of your joint followings, each of them would be worth liking and scrolling. Did I say 400? I meant 400 per origami figure. Now, before we exit the bar, a persuasion roll was asked for. How'd you do, Murph?
6 successes, but no criticals.
Cool. I'm going to punish myself for not establishing your difficulty, so we're going to let the pre-heist 5 roll through. 6 is more than sufficient. Victor smirks and says, well, if it's an either or, I'd be more than happy to offer a greater boon to you and your ilk. And he says that in such a fashion that you understand. He doesn't necessarily mean he's offering it to the entire group, because you're catching him on your way out. The offer is clear that it's either something for you to capitalize on or something for you to bring back to your company, because it would be good capital for you to potentially ascend, having somebody like Victor owe you or them a favor.
And I will, of course, sketch a bow in thanks and retreat.
Excellent. Everybody makes a reverse journey through the after death, up into afterlife. We assume, of course, that Silas takes a brief moment to feed, so that everybody begins this session proper with 1 hunger, for without killing, you're always at 1 hunger. And arriving outside, you all notice what appears to be a rather nondescript yet suitably large vehicle to host all 5 of you waiting just outside, and your driver, whose name I forgot, Gabrielle, is standing just outside the door and sort of nods and states, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy's Associates.
Gabe, always good to see you. And as he walks out, he turns back the connection on because he noticed like Percy was going to say something, but then he had to focus on some other things. So he opens the line back up to see what text Percy sent him.
It stated, by the way, your personal portfolio has increased by 10 points. Couldn't have done that work without your resources. You are an incredible mentor, and I feel blessed to be working underneath you.
I love him so much.
And there's that second message, much like a DVD, and many of you were around for the proliferation of DVDs. In their early stages, if you were on the menu, which only moved up and down to a variety of features, as long as you were on the right one, you could also tap left or right, which would show you special hidden features on that disc. And you notice the telltale out-of-line pixel that seems to indicate that if you feel safe enough to do so, you never know who around you might be able to tap into your internal agent. You can tap on that, so to speak, and it'll show you a different message waiting for you from Percy.
Gonna look around to see if anyone's noticing me. And
I'll go and ask for expediency as you all move toward the vehicle, potentially aiming to get in. Is anybody directly watching Murph?
Lionel is climbing into the trunk so he doesn't have to sit beside anybody.
What? There's space in the. It's a lip.
It's already closed.
Rune is already in the driver's seat somehow, blaring the horn. Like, come on! We gotta go!
And
I am saying hello to everyone that I see.
And by the way, all the people outside are just as thrilled to see Murph, Mike, and the Prophet as they were as you walked in. So it is a little bit of a to-do, if you will, getting back out of the afterlife. So as you're all moving toward the vehicle, at the very least, Mycon is shaking hands, probably taking selfies, flicking your fingers so that your selfie can be ported over to their phone. It's an instant 24-hour follow, which you've set up too, so that you're on their account for long enough to establish their, forever loyalty before you have a chance to personally review whether you stay following or not. But it does seem as though, as Gabe begins arguing with Rune that it's a company vehicle, and he certainly insists he be the one to drive. That seems as a suitable enough distraction alongside everybody else being taken with their activities that if you wanted to, Murph, you could certainly check that message.
I will absolutely do so.
As you know, boss, I'm always on your audio feed. I picked up the specs on that job, and I do want to let you know there is a resident working under Undisputed Industries, which does appear to be a business venture of Mr. Temple, who happens to be a high-level target of Asukaga and Finch, who you know to be your corporate name, but it's absolutely a preferred cover name for the La Sombra edifice that you work under. So this high-value target is in residence, as it is a place in Mr. Temple's territory. If you were able to neutralize said individual, this too would act as a means by which you would gain favor with your intended organization.
And I'm gonna ask how high of a priority this target is.
And it probably takes about a cool 30 seconds. So at this point, you could be getting into the car, getting settled, paying attention to people while doing that thing where they know you're not actually paying. No, they don't know you're not actually paying attention. And in that time, you get the message back. For what it's worth, this is only a level 2. It seems as though they want to seize on the opportunity that you'll be in the space under direct orders to be there, with others around you who are a little bit more chaotic, to act as cover for the action that's being asked for, but it's certainly an optional act.
Well,
while you consider
anything
that,
for the Holy Father.
Climbing into the trunk, and while you consider messaging back, assuming that everybody has gotten into the vehicle, Idly, if you would do me a favor, hold your hands up on camera. Rock, paper, scissors, 1 out of 1.
Okay.
Ready? Rock, paper, scissors. I'm gonna give it to you, even though my hand was clearly established as paper before you shot. Gabe
we
is
were
a
on a
proficient.
No, again.
Integrity.
Ready?
Throw on the 4 count.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, okay. Well,
Okay.
I'm gonna get on that tie. I'm gonna give it to you just for expediency once again.
Okay.
Tie
Rune
goes
has
to the
licked
runner.
the steering wheel. That's how she won.
And Gabe, you see Gabe reaches into his coat and pulls out what appears to be a cyber Clorox wipe, and yes, it's called a cyber Clorox wipe. And you probably say something along the lines of, "You're wasting time. Why don't you get on in?" And he begrudgingly gets into the gunner's seat beside you. Everybody in the vehicle and moving forward. Murph, while you consider that proposition, you don't have to decide upon right now. Lionel, you receive a similar message on your agent, and it comes through, of course, as "Buy pills. They'll do whatever you need them to," sort of an ad.
Whatever you need.
A ghost in the machine will pop up here in just a second if you guys are lucky enough. Give it a second. You might have seen him a second ago. Yep, there he is. As you run the necessary and easy to do encryption on this message, you receive from a contractor you work for, Sex Systems. Don't ask why. We know where you're going and what you're doing. We can offer you more than money or favors if you can get those programs to us. And while you consider that, we continue moving from Little China over to the area of Arroyo.
I send
Awesome.
5,000 E-bucks over to Gabe for dealing with Rune.
Mhm. And I assume that you've probably paid the necessary funds for these two assistants of yours to have their own internal agents. So without even having to flick out a phone, you receive a message back and states, "Thank you, sir. Not always easy dealing with some of your compatriots, but I get it." And Gabe is bought into the situation in such a fashion that it might not be your blood, but he is a ghoul working for the company, so he's used to dealing with personalities. And each of you are on your way over. It probably only takes the better part of 12 minutes, a short ride, especially this late at night where a lot of people are on their way to second locations. And you certainly arrive outside of Mega Building H4 over in the southeastern portion of the already southeastern district of Arroyo. There's no downtime in Night City. People are bustling about. Here on this base level are mostly market stalls and maybe one or two residences, and you can tell that those people probably hate living here because of the accessibility by way of the shops, but they are the most affordable of said residences available. And with about 100, 200 people in sight, looking all the way up the next 39 to 44, depending on whether or not it was on 40 or just within a few floors of 40 levels of this mega building, what's your guys' approach? And I'm gonna invite all of you to think about that for a brief second. This dog next to me really wants his dinner. So everybody discuss your strat as if I were here to listen to it, and I'll be right back in just a moment.
Keeping in mind that Silas is still on top of the vehicle.
And Lionel's in the trunk.
Yeah. Silas and Lionel, we don't believe in being
I would like to
vehicles.
say that if we've been working for a while together, I've got you guys like some sort of communicators, because I know that we're never going to be in the same space at the same time.
That's probably fair. Lionel will basically just go and say, "I will get the doors. I will make sure they open so that we can get in.
Okay.
And as long as you don't let whoever is in there kill me while I am in the net, I should be able to get to the program."
I'm just gonna walk up to the 40th floor and ask them to turn it off.
Can I?
Yes,
just-
and while you are doing that, I will turn them off.
Works for me.
I could run up to the 40th floor, and I don't mean inside.
Running on the outside of the building like you did that
Yeah.
last time.
Yeah.
Just make sure you avoid the bird poop. You slipped that one time, and it was very unfortunate.
Yeah, you mean the last time where you almost fell and cracked your head, even though, it takes a lot to kill us. I think falling from like 50 stories would do it.
This is only gonna be 40, paltry 40 floor fall, and I don't fall. I just land poorly sometimes, okay?
You were flailing. I have video evidence of the flailing.
No, see,
welcome.
that was me just trying to go faster.
It took me a full hour to reattach the parts of you that did not stay attached when you hit the ground.
I was fine. And as she's kind of like bantering and throwing attitude for no good reason, she is going to tune into her auspice awareness with heightened senses to start listening for other operatives, other sounds. As she continues to just give you guys shit for absolutely no reason, except for the fact that she didn't fall. It was just a bad landing from 50 stories up.
It wasn't a fall, it was an unplanned descent.
Yeah, you get it, Lionel. Lionel gets it from the trunk.
Well, at least this time, I do have some blood octane for you. So if you need some extra blood with a lot of literal jet fuel in it, I got you.
Can I have it now?
No, it's only for after you make a mistake.
which
don't
will happen. It will happen.
Or
I
if
don't
there's no
make
mistakes.
I make choices that then I have to, improvise around. It's all
So
about
if-
perspective, guys.
We're saving it for when we need to improvise.
Okay.
Everybody, I'll call for a brief pause in the action as I just remembered something we forgot to announce at the very top of the session. Thank you all for watching tonight. If you're here with us live or if you're watching VOD, this whole endeavor is brought to you by our desire to contribute to a great cause, the National Immigration Law Center. Just prior to the session beginning tonight, we had already reached our fundraising goal. We want to say thank you to everybody who contributed prior to the session beginning that did contribute to our vampires becoming much more powerful, as I promised in some social media posts that were put out there. But it's a great cause, still worth contributing to. If anybody has the funds and the inclination to do so, please feel free to continue donating, even though we've already hit our goal for the night. We want to say thank you to everybody who's been able to donate in such a fashion that we have 5 giveaway prizes as a means of saying thank you to individuals who win those in a raffle fashion. Every $5 donated contributes to a single raffle ticket for us to potentially give you one of those 5 prizes. I don't want to interrupt the action for too long. I'll go into greater detail at the end of the session. Just know that on the Dungeon Samster Instagram, I put out a variety of things that are up for auction as a result of your having donated tonight. But the main point is your donations are helping a wonderful cause seeking to advance and defend the rights and liberties of immigrants and their loved ones. Thank you all so much. Now let's jump back into the action. I heard some crazy stuff right when I sat down, and I wasn't hearing anything that happened to it prior.
Yeah.
Yay. Where are we, fam?
Well, Silas has rolled off the vehicle and is just walking towards the building because Silas does not run.
And an easy thing to call out for everybody's sake before we zoom in on Rune's awareness roll, which will happen in just a moment. You're all very aware of the notion that there's not a single building in Night City, even derelict structures, that don't have some degree or another of security architecture in place. So it's very obvious to you which cameras are meant to be seen. There are undoubtedly others and other means of sensing presences that are not so obvious to the eye. So none of that should catch anybody by surprise, and neutralizing them does fall under a couple of different easy means, aka shoot them or net run them, which are at your disposal by way of resources across the group. But idly, to help Rune discern anything else that's obvious, whether in plain sight but obvious to someone like you, or genuinely obvious, I'm going to have you put together wits and awareness. So that's a number of dice equal to how many wits dots you have, as well as how many awareness dots you have. But I'll also have you add the additional dot for tapping into heightened senses. It's been a while.
So that's going to be awareness and wits?
Yep.
Okay. I have to figure out how we do rolls. Because it was working earlier.
How many dots in total do you have in Auspex?
2.
2?
Mhm.
How many dots do you have in wits, and how many do you have in awareness?
Awareness, I have 2, and then wits, I have 4. I think I might.
Okay, I wanted to get spicy. What was that, Jaden? Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. No, technically speaking, it should be an extra die for every point you have in Auspex. So that'll be a pool of 8 dice, please.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you a tiered difficulty structure. You're going to see some things on a 3. You're going to see even more things on a 6.
7, 8. Okay. That'll be 6 successes.
Perfect. And did that include any crits?
No crits.
No crits, totally fine. 6 is still more than sufficient. At the ground level of the building, as you all potentially are standing here casing with one of you very directly walking toward it, or if everybody's moseying their way on over, trying not to look suspicious, you tap into your heightened senses, which don't necessarily help you to grab onto any cyber situations, but in an outward sense, you are able to clock 2 individuals in heightened places, still outward facing for the building itself, but on floors 3 and 4, who appear to be meat scouts. And why I say meat scout is they're not cameras; they're either persons or non-persons who have been placed in gargoyle-esque sentry fashion to keep an eye on things outside the building. And you also notice what appear to be unconventional and otherwise usually non-sanctioned H buildings, which are a certain degree of residential mega building structures, turrets facing into the first level market beyond the entrances on 2 different sides of the street, one of which you're facing currently. That's what you would have gotten for the most part with a 3 and a little bit bleeding into 6. But the other interesting thing with a 6, you didn't say it, but I'm just assuming you're looking for both sight and sound.
Yeah.
You are able to clock what appears to be sort of like an orange band radio signal. It's offensive to individuals who have heightened senses, such as yourself. And you're able to hear it from outside the building to a degree that you sense anybody attempting heightened senses inside the building will be in for a rude awakening and could potentially take damage in doing so. So that is good clue for someone like you to understand that there are definitely anti-supernatural defenses in place that you wouldn't necessarily find in every mega building.
Okay. She'll convey that to the group. With we got 2 meat scouts. We got the horrible buzzing sound, and she like will put on a pair of like archaic like earmuffs to like deaden the sound when she goes in, to something more pleasant for her ears, and will be just ready. Oh, and there's gun turrets on the inside, so like pointed at the first floor. So watch your step.
Silas keeps walking.
Of course. Cool. Any other precautions? Are we moving into the building?
Did that contact show up at any point with
Roll a single d10. No, roll 1d6 for me, please. Because I asked you previously to have a d6 sitting by.
Yes. Three.
3? Okay. You receive an encrypted text message, which you could fight through the encryption if you wanted, but the text reads, issues while en route will deliver in 20. And unfortunately, you don't know if that'll be beneficial to you or not. You might not be here in 20, but you very well could be. So you don't necessarily know who to be looking for, but you know that somebody seems to deliver a package in about 20 minutes, which is a nebulous time frame in a game like this. Something else for all of you to know, mega buildings such as this one have no fewer than 4 primary elevator shafts going all the way from levels 1 to about 50 and potentially down below as well. So upon arriving inside and moving about, a variety of shopping stalls, food stalls, there's that one guy who insists this is real meat hot dogs, but they're at a price that you certainly must know that it's synth rats, if not worse. No obvious threats beyond those described by way of just your know-how in this world, but also what was conveyed by Rune. Are we heading for the elevators? Are we heading straight up? Are we?
Is there? Do we feel like those turrets would pose a problem, or is that more of just like a daytime security thing?
I'm going to have you, considering what Rune would have stated, like, hey, that's atypical for residential buildings of this nature. You would be able to take a very quick net action. We're going to break out of vampire mechanics ever so slightly. You can sort of do a quick hack, like, node check with them. And very easily, I'm having only just learned how Cyberpunk works in the last couple of days and translating it over to not just having you do like a vampire technology plus attribute check. On the surface, you're able to tell just by checking with them that at present they're turned on. And you would have to imagine that linked cameras and or alarms would tell them whether or not they need to activate beyond being primed and ready. So depending on what kind of information you're looking for, I would then have you break back into vampire mechanics and give me a technology plus something roll to take an action against them beyond learning that they are in fact primed.
Yeah, so Lionel would think that if they can't see, they can't fire. So he has needs zero excuses to immediately want to cut the cameras that he can.
Sure. Are we looking to zero them or to like simulate them with a loop?
Simulate them with a loop, just so that they don't suspect.
And there's no specific program for that I remember off the top of my head, but that's
Might
when
me
we go,
either.
hey, throw together for me a wits and technology roll with vampire. Yay!
Silas is pushing the
And I
elevator
believe
button.
Silas had something. What was that, Jake?
I'm pushing the elevator button. For up. The profit cannot
So
be stopped.
so when you get 2 crits, it makes 4 successes, right? Did I get that right?
Yep.
So I have
Double.
7 successes.
I'm glad you brought that up. Jaden. Silas goes walking into the building, and Silas probably clocks a little bit of like mechanical whirring in the air. Not every vampire has heightened senses, and not every vampire who uses heightened senses has them going at all times. Because imagine if a flashbang went off and you had heightened vision. Imagine if, well, that same situation happened and you had heightened ears. I forgot that hits both senses. But each of you, just by way of being undead, are able to catch certain details out of the muddling noise of mortal life that they don't. And you caught the notion that in their unused states, the powered turrets were rotating so that if they had to deploy, they would be pointing at you. As you blatantly walked into the building, cameras still running, over to the nearest elevator, which is probably about 50 feet back from the street entrance, and conveying to the group above table, Silas would be able to communicate. That means you're not fully unseen as having entered the space as a group of vampires walking more or less together, but at the very least, Lionel has now looped pretty well with a critical success, difficulty of which was 7. But you hit it with a crit. Lionel's thrown off the chase by putting up a very convincing facsimile of the last 3 hours of footage, because that was a sufficient amount of time with enough people passing by in darkness that won't necessarily be muddled with the oncoming sun, that you at present think that you're mostly unnoticed, even if you were a blip just moments before. Is everybody arriving at the elevator?
I would also like to say before Silas went and pushed the button, because Murph saw Silas do that and he knows this is gonna happen no matter what we're gonna do, because Silas does whatever the hell he wants. Murph is going to shadow cloak himself because he does have Oblivion as a discipline. So bye guys. You guys can get clocked if you want.
Yeah, I'm starting to find the amusing backstory of how a lot of the reason why Silas feels like he can get away with everything is because Lionel's turning off the cameras and stopping the turrets.
No, that is definitely what happens.
I love it.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
We're gonna have Rune is not gonna be taking the elevator, at least in a traditional sense. She's going to start running up the building parkour style. She's going to try and make her speed running look like parkour, but she's going to be using Traverse from Celerity, or Traversal, to basically be scaling up the building. Or
and
at least try to.
Is that? Sorry, go ahead. You're going to try to. Yeah. That has to be at least 1 rouse check. Can you let me know? Is that 1, 2?
It's 1.
It's 1? Okay. Please make that rouse.
1 success.
And for those of you learning at home, and by the way, I don't know the rules perfectly, let us all know, what does Traversal do for you?
So Traversal, you make a dexterity plus athletics roll with a difficulty of 3 for inclined surfaces with traction, 6 with slick vertical surfaces or open water. And that will let you, for each point of margin gets the vampire further up or out. 0 gets close to a target, the margin of 1 further than margin of 1 further than that, and so forth.
Yeah. I have really good news for you.
Yeah.
Richard Knight had a dream when he built Night City, and a lot of it was making people's lives genuinely better. That included having pretty egalitarian and well-priced living structures such as mega buildings put in place, and that was 7 decades ago. Richard Knight was summarily killed by other corpos who didn't appreciate how much good he was trying to do for other people. That's a dog in the mega building barking at present.
Mhm.
And as a result of him being done away with, those buildings have not been as well maintained as desired.
Yay.
I'm gonna shut this door next to me because it sounds like my partner's getting home.
You guys have powers. That's cool. What's that like?
That was a lot of fancy way of saying
Right?
this is not a slick surface. It's a pretty poorly maintained surface with a lot of traction. So please put together a pool of dice for me. And if there's an easy way to do it just by clicking on the discipline, that's great. But it sounds like you're going to do athletics, dexterity, and celerity. Yeah.
Okay. Ancillarity? Okay.
You are using the discipline. Let's do it.
1, 2,
So,
3, 4.
4 of you head for the
5.
elevator. One of you is masking cameras. One of you is at least very hard to see from meat eyes. Cyber eyes will potentially be able to track you pretty well as long as you're drawing attention to yourself, which Oblivion does not do. It does the opposite of that.
I draw attention.
I've got like at least 2 colorful personalities that are way more attracting than me right now.
And I have obfuscate, so I naturally just kind of like ignored for the most part, as long as nothing exciting happens that I do.
While we talk about it, I do want to clarify. I actually specifically have a feature that makes me look distinguished, which gives me a negative modifier to be disguised.
That's amazing.
Yeah, which I'm here for. Thank you for doing that.
And
I
3
can't
successes for wall running parkour to kind of make it look like she's a normal person, but she's just so fast that she's just gonna try and clear as many floors as she can.
I have good news for you. This is not Twilight the movie 1 super speed, unless you want it to look like that. But lower successes than were established by way of your description doesn't mean you fail in this respect. You are able to run and jump up the side of the building, and a lot of people looking on will say, well, what the hell is that person with jump boosters and their dual cyber legs doing right now? Because what you're doing is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. What I will say, because I haven't heard from Stevie in a while, let's have Stevie roll any die they want. Because most die have a number of sides that allow me to say there's a 25% chance of NCPD being called as a result of seeing you scale this presidential building. But you, with that roll of 3, using this ability with celerity, are able to pop, 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 pop. And this is more impressive than it sounds. This gets you up 10 floors. In the time that it takes your friends to call the elevator and begin ascending to probably the 5th level. And to that end, what floor are we heading for, everybody? Because the premonition said about floor 40. Are we heading straight there, or are we heading to a couple away with the intent to ascend?
Silas is going to click 40 because Silas can't be stopped.
Yep.
I've taken a separate elevator and I'm going to like 36.
I was gonna say Lionel in the same elevator is gonna hit 38, and he's gonna get off 2 floors before.
The message that came from Perseus earlier, did they say where I could find the target?
If you were interested in taking it on, which, by the way, is a pivotal decision before you receive additional information, you would be able to gain those specifics.
I'm gonna say yeah. Any excuse to suck up, pardon the pun, to the motherland.
So, Daniel Wynn is a junior executive at Segatari, which is a Japanese gaming company that's used as a front for weapons manufacturing. And it appears as though some of his recent business has been interfering with the financial gains operations that your company has been seeking, at least in the sector of Japan that is covered pretty heavily by Segatari's operations, because they're not just a games company. No company is just one company. And it's also well known that Daniel is a toreador, using many disciplines to influence business decisions favorable to Segatari. He has numerous residences around Night City openly, but seems to favor residing in this space as a cover against assassination actions, such as the one that you're being called upon. He resides very specifically on floor 35 in unit number 3507.
Got it.
Mhm.
That being said, I will take the elevator with my bestie and click 35 and be like, I got a quick thing to drop by, and I'll meet y'all up there.
So, just to clarify for everyone and following at home and ourselves, we have somebody who's on floor 10 running up the side of the building. We have one
gonna
person
go again.
We have one person who's going to 35, one to 36, one to 38, and one to 40.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just making sure.
That could be more confusing in a 5-way split.
It's a five-pronged attack. That's
this
way
is
better than two-pronged.
Lionel is trying to think of how many floors he can keep track of in the net at the same time, and it's
See, that's why I'm glad you do that, because Silas
You
was
got
told
this,
40. So Silas is going to 40.
I just don't
Yep.
want to hear the loud buzzy sounds. It sounds awful
Mhm.
with my sensitive
And for what it's worth,
ears.
It helps if you have
It seems
voices in your
like-
head.
I had like tinnitus by like the early 2000s, so I'm out. Doesn't bother me none.
I can't hear anything.
I can
but like in a cool way.
hear
Yeah.
colors sometimes.
I mean, I can hear music. I will ask.
Mike on, 3 people came into the elevator with you. One of whom has what appears to be a mobile bass and pocket amp, and immediately begins playing, shouting over themselves, stating, "This would be great for one of your next tracks. Hear me out!" And they smile as they say, "Hear me out." So they're drawing attention to, but also masking your presence in this elevator. And one of the other ones is talking a lot about. It's called HeatPo. Crypto failed, but wait till you hear about HeatPo specifically to you, Murph. And you know, HeatPo is definitely a Malkavian machination from I think that was around like 2033, specifically to see how many mortals would buy into it, and it was a frightening number of them. Especially considering that the fourth corporate wars were about to kick off and people didn't have the financial resources to jump into it. And this person seems to be insistent on reminding you of that history while also asking what investments you have at present. So while the two of you are having a moment to kind of strat, at the same time, you have a couple of mortals who are all up in your biz. The other one is just here with their 2 friends and kind of looking at both of you like, "Hi, I clearly know who you are as well, but I'm not cringe. I'm sorry," is sort of the look on their face as he looks between you 2 and those 2.
I'm gonna try to be like, I can't deal with this right now. We have so much going on. I'm gonna try to mesmerize them to think that we're responding, but we're totally checked out.
I'm going to tell you 2 very important things. One, they're just mortals. You can clock that just by way of their scent, and that means they don't have any defenses prepared against your attempt to mesmerize them. And 2, I'll allow a single mesmerize, aka 1 rouse check, to cover these 3 because you got power. So please
Yes,
make that
I
rouse
do.
roll for me. Let's see if you get a little bit more hungry.
Okie dokie. I got a
Plus 1.
6.
You got a 6? Still not hungry. Each of you, once again, this far into the future, always having to use Blush of Life, always having to convince not only the people around you, but also heat sensing cameras, anybody who's watching for your breath, listening for your heartbeat, that you are indeed mortal just like they are. So it's so easy to get hungry unless you've trained yourself not to. I'm impressed no one has gotten more hungry yet. But with a very Obi-Wan Kenobi-esque wave of the hand, all 3 of them just stop. In their minds, they're very much still interacting with you, but they're just staring. Unless you wanted something
Right.
different to happen.
No one bite these ones. Okay, we're trying to. No one bite them.
Cool.
Who's in this with me? Lionel and Mikey.
I think we're in 2 different
Just me.
elevators.
Are
I
we?
think-
Just
I think
Mikey?
Lionel with
okay,
me.
Mikey.
Yeah.
No biting.
Rune, I'll go ahead and state too that at the pace you're probably moving, you'll arrive on floor 35 to take a quick break around the same time that Murph will step off, and you'll be able to see that action from that elevator. So everybody's arriving at their respective different floors, honestly, all within a 60-second period, with one of you on 35, two of you on 35, one of you on 36, one on 38, one on 40. We're all tracking it just as well as the audience. So I'm gonna check in.
I will ask Murph if there's anything I can, if there's anything I can be helpful with, because I can be very persuasive.
You know what? Sure. You want to come see me do some shit?
Yay.
All right.
One
Three
less
on
floor.
35.
But also,
one on
like
38.
while like at like the 25 to 30 floor, I said no biting, but then I looked at my game like, but if you wanted like a little nibble, I can make them forget it.
I can also.
Okay. Like, I am the last person to judge, Bessie.
Maybe later.
Okay. Make a night out of it.
There's plenty of people in this building. You can eat later. Yeah. The two of you stepping off on floor 35, you do see from across the way a Rune, not catching breath, that's not a requirement, but just sort of like checking themselves, cyber, kindred, or otherwise, falling from this height, assuming those jumps stop working all of a sudden, is intimidating. So whether or not you were feeling that intimidation, or if you were just taking a quick break to get a sense of the situation where your compatriots were, the three of you do see each other on this floor as Lionel moves up to floor 38, getting off the elevator before sending Silas up to floor 40, and moving chaotically downward. Silas, you arrive on the 40th floor, all by yourself. That's fine.
I look for
what
someone
you see-
immediately.
Immediately upon the doors opening, you do see what appears to be it's a net running boutique. They appear to sell just different decks, and then immediately off to the left of that is a tea shop. The rest of the floor, looking left and right, and then a little bit over your shoulder, if you do any of the above, appears to be strictly residential. And apparently those servers are hidden in some residences. Probably a good choice. What are you up to?
I take a few steps forward.
Mhm.
Well, hello, everyone. The prophet has decided that today a miracle is to be given. I know that many seek to have their cybernetics enhanced, modified, and rectified. And so I seek a server on this floor. Find every room, every building until you find me the server. And the first one to find it, I shall give you brand new chrome. I shall give you a clean form, and I shall elevate you to chrome godhood, where you too can find the promised land. Yeah, and that's all I do. I just speak.
Are you leaning into your street profit credibility?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Jaden, I need you to roll 8d10.
I also clarify, I will also take off my shirt to reveal my mark of the prophet, and I will remove my glasses so that my distinguished Babylonian eyes can shine.
Golden platinum.
Gold and platinum, thank you. See, Lionel remembers.
Yep. Jaden, I need you to roll 9d10.
Beautiful.
Notice that singular point of improvement.
Let's see what the dice want to do for me.
Meanwhile, the rest of us are like, do you think we should have sent someone with Silas? I'm like, nah, he's got it.
You thought I was with him because you weren't in the same elevator.
It's like, Lionel's got him.
So that's going to be 12 successes with 4 crits, 2 sets of crits.
For the record, everybody, Jaden is a cross between a med tech and a media. And background details by which we mashed these two systems together, I needed 4 successes or more for what Jaden was attempting to work. And that's why these two systems probably don't work all that well together, because Jaden, you probably get off the elevator just far enough to not have the doors close on you, take off your shirt, and start speaking. And people wander out of the tea shop, people wander out of the net running shop, and people slowly begin making their way over to you from at least 10 of the 25 residences on this floor, and nod their heads, immediately turn around, and probably 2/3 of them are calmly looking in doors and into stores, building like maintenance shafts and what have you that have nothing to do with the residences that they just walked out of. There's a few people leaning over the rails from down below and above going, I didn't hear that, but yeah, because of how convincing that rumor was. And these the other third are running to do the same thing. And you have a force of probably 46 people. I'm not going to remember that number, but 46 people running around on floor 40 trying to find a server. And that tells you two things. One, damn, I'm so good at this. Two, none of those people were convinced that they knew where the server was on the floor to go immediately to it and tell you about it. So at the very least, you know that none of these people know where it is if it's on this floor. Are you standing there just waiting for some answers? Totally fine if you are. We'll move on to the next person.
No, because then I'm gonna, if I can, I want to send them money. If I can, I think you could just, if they willingly let me, and I'm gonna send them each 50,000 eddies as a initial bonus.
Now, you need to have a comm link with someone to do that.
I believe if I can, like, if I could just look at them and let them know I want to send it, if that's an option.
Look for a server. By the way, send me your contact.
Yeah.
Let's amend what you said previously. Okay. With that, the same Venmo flick of the finger that people usually do, it's non-physically needed to send money, but it's pretty common for people to flick their details, flick funds. You gain a very Hunger Games like Mockingjay salute from 46 people and a couple of randos down below and above who go, again, we're down, we just need details. As you gain all that contact information, you begin sending out eddies as needed to help support these persons' actions. Contemplate what you want to do with that information depending on whether or not you get positive results while we move down to 38. Lionel, you were on the floor, and no matter what you do, in approximately 23 seconds, you're going to hear a lot of people shouting. Although you didn't hear the conversational tone voice of silence.
It's 2 floors up. It's up, though. It's coming from up. Yep. I know why they're shouting.
You know why.
And for your sake, you walk out. There's also stores here. But it's mostly residential. Probably at about floor 20 is where there would be like another big shopping hub. But here on 38, it's mostly buildings. There are still people moving about, like people to and from home. Homeless people, unfortunately, reside on every floor outside these residences. So there's plenty of people around. You do look left and right, and there are, unfortunately, still cameras, still turrets. And it's disconcerting to you for you to have spotted not only turrets down to the base, but the exact same style, hidden into frescoes and what have you, all the way up here. And although cameras aren't directed to you at present, you get the sense that they will similarly be linked together. What were your intended actions on the floor, and do you have anything you want to do about that?
First thing I want to do is see if I can find somewhere to get into the net.
Sure. Go
preferably out of sight. Or once I am in an area of the net, I will obfuscate myself and use my cloak of shadows to be out of sight.
Just to have this have consequences, please make a rouse check for me as you look to the nearest camera and make a rouse check to trigger ping, which I'm sure there's a direct correlation in the game from Cyberpunk 2077, but I know Vampire better than Cyberpunk Red, and I don't know. So make that rouse check.
I got a 6. So I think that's a success.
No one's getting hungrier tonight, and that is fine. You run a ping off of that camera, and it gives you information about where the other cameras, where a lot of the turrets are. And I say a lot of the turrets because you get, just from your position on the 38th floor, unfortunately, 32 pings come back at you, specifically for turret. But in addition to many others, spread across not this floor, but all the floors within a reasonable vicinity of your ping program, there is a direct access point in residence 3806, which is about 3 doors down, from where you're currently standing off the elevator.
I will attempt to try to sneak over to that room and see if I can get inside in some way, shape, or form.
You said the words. Please give me dexterity and stealth.
Okay, that is something I am good at, as you might imagine. 5 successes only.
You're still running. if you're still running Obfuscate, you can also add a number of dice equal to your Obfuscation. That will at least cover meat detection, but at 5 I have clocked for tech.
Okay, so the 3 extras would have been a crit and a success. So I think that's still only 2.
Yep. So we have 7 where people's attention are concerned. I'm not even going to roll. For most of my NPC actions, I'll be taking half, unless, of course, fight breaks out. So none of the people in the vicinity notice you. And 5 is sufficient for... Yeah, 5 is actually more than sufficient for the basic cameras, for you to not necessarily turn them off in this action, but for you to avoid their trails. And you get over to the wall, you move down said wall, you want to, again, avoid those contours of the cameras moving about, and you're now outside of 3806. This is clearly a residence, but it is identified by a placard outside of sort of like a maintenance resident. So this is an employee working for whatever owns or maintains the mega building, but it is a residence. And the immediate pop-up does indicate that it is locked.
I don't know how lock picking works in this. Is it as a digital lock or is it a physical lock?
It is definitely a digitally powered physical lock, which means you can seek to hack it.
I will attempt to hack it then.
Excellent. Trying to keep things simple. Let's go intelligence or wits. I'm going to give you the option, and technology.
Okay.
And this lock is a simple one. Your difficulty here is only 4.
I got exactly 4.
And there you have it. 4 is the difficulty to get the lock open. Unfortunately, it had nothing to do with any potentially digitally tracing traps. So you do hear not a klaxon, but just a ping that allows you to know that, oh, something or someone was just notified that I opened the door without an appropriate pass card. The important point being that the door is open, and you know where in most residences and large apartment structures such as this to find access points. So you can get in and potentially get out before anybody comes and checks on you. While you contemplate your next actions, all the way down on floor 35, for simplicity's sake, the 3 of you come together. And on this floor in particular, there, fittingly enough, is a club. Within mega buildings, it's probably like a 50-person capacity kind of a situation, but brain dances and brain dance goggles do allow for it to seem like it's a much more filled out large space, while also reminding you of the perimeter as if you were at a VR situation, so it's not bang into the wall, the bar, what have you. In addition to a few other tertiary stores, shops. On every floor, by the way, is no fewer than 20 vending machines as opposed to actual full-scale restaurants, unless it's very expensive. And the perfunctory 25 residences. What are the 3 of you up to?
Oh, Rune has just crawled in through an open window from, 435, and is just kind of sitting there kicking her feet like, hey guys, how's it going?
Great. I think Silas has got it up there. I need to look for someone like real quick. I have like 2 seconds. Could probably help. Maybe.
Yeah. Do you need help? I'm bored. I forgot what we were doing.
Okay. Yeah, I figured. You can help Mikey out and like, do I know what Daniel looks like?
Very, very specifically, I did not include that information. It seems as though the corporate file is traditionally limited with respect to this Toreador operating in the corporate space of Night City. And you can tell because you make a point of having your image scrubbed that that's to be expected. And by the way, something Victor forgot to convey is netrunners like Lionel make good money in Night City in the World of Darkness. Because for Kindred to remain Masquerade compliant, they need their web presence scrubbed daily. And that's one of the biggest reasons why Red Ice is such a big threat to Kindred Society, because if it makes it harder for netrunners to operate, you're all fucked. But back to your question, you do not know what Daniel Wynn looks like.
Right. I'm gonna say, looking for this guy, he's like us.
Oh.
So yeah, he doesn't really want to be found. Kind of need to find him. So if you guys can ping someone who might be a Toreador.
Oh, sure.
Don't approach. Just tell me you found him, and I'll deal with it.
Okay.
I just want to verify that like he openly like lives here and like this is one of his residences and like people know who he is.
Well, I don't know if people know he's here. He does live here.
Okay. Well, we can like look for, I guess, them.
Yeah, it's real quick. Just take 2 seconds.
Do
Okay.
you want to do it as like a visual investigation, or do you want to ask around? And each of the three of you can choose something different.
I'm gonna look for some fans and
Hey,
see if
go.
I can get them to look for somebody for me.
Tour directoring just a little bit. You walk up to the club, and it's literally called Hot Floor in H4, is the name of the club. And walking in, you just kind of do something that, whether or not this means you're vain, is something you're used to just being able to pull off. You stand there for 2 seconds, and no fewer than 15 people run over, and they're just kind of like, "We love Chrome Heart! Oh my god! Can you sign my pocket amp?" And all this other stuff is happening at present. And you're able, because you're a rocker boy, you can make an incredibly reasonable request of all these people to give you any information you have on Daniel, and potentially even to help you find them if you want.
So for that one, I roll 8d10. Is that right?
You'll roll 8d10, and you have a similar 50% plus chance of success to get them to do exactly what you ask. And if you don't reach that, you'll still be able to get them to do some stuff. While you roll those dice or put the pool together, Murph, Rune, are we going with a social
Yeah.
or a visual?
Visual for Rune.
Okay. Please give me wits and awareness. And you can try heightened senses if you want to add your Auspex dice.
No.
But Rune probably doesn't want to. Yeah. What about you, Murph?
I would like to try to do a social, but specifically because I work at an event organizing company, I want to clock how high profile this club is and be like, who can I put pressure on to see what I get?
You guys are seeking something socially oriented, and I know the goal you have. I'm going to ask you to roll manipulation and insight, and that's going to help you discern the nature of the club and the best person to speak to with reference to your current goal.
Me.
All right. Steve, 5? Okay. Once again, on the same scale that was given to Jaden, I needed 4 or more. 5 is more than sufficient. You have a group of 15 people who are just kind of like, okay, you don't have a photo, but that sounds like it might be this one guy. Here, I'll go check. And they're like, what? God, where are they going? And you get, okay, yeah, we're pretty sure. Oh gosh, that could be somebody in 3512. And it's like, no, not 3512. That guy's like definitely not this kind of a person. What about this building? And there is one reference to 3507 that comes from somebody that is shaken away by 3 of the other persons. And by the way, the person who ran away is definitely getting on the elevator to go to a different floor. So you don't know if they'll be the most helpful, but a few people are arguing over whether or not, doesn't that sound like a guy from 37 or 3507? And people are like, no, that person wears like Loditas and like sweatpants. And by the way, Loditas, of course, being the copyright compliant but legally distinct from Adidas alternative. Adidas still very much being a factor here in the not too far future. It's like, yeah, that person's not like a corpo like the person they're looking for. Like, definitely wouldn't be, to use a vampire term, obfuscating themselves by dressing down, blah, blah, blah. But there are some confirming instances, at least if Mark is listening, that 3507 is probably good for Mark. I don't know if 3507 is a number that Murph has said out loud, but
No, he has not.
I had a feeling. Now-
Also, I got 6 successes with 1 critical.
Yeah.
Okay. I keep forgetting the state difficulties, but that is more than sufficient. You wouldn't necessarily be seeking any contracts or be trying to sublet any work to a club of this stature, and that's not too surprising. You don't really deal with mega building gigs or entertainment deriving from mega building gigs. But that doesn't mean you can't spot the most helpful person in a room, and sure enough, people working 5 to 6 levels below you at your own company dress the part but can't always necessarily afford to live the part. And you spot somebody who doesn't work for your company but definitely has the vibe of ladder climber, who you're able to walk over to and ask them what you're curious about. It's difficult to tell. It actually looks as though quite a lot of cyberware has gone into place, as well as some facial sculpting to deliberately be as approachably androgynous as possible, while also having sort of an off-chrome pink skin-colored hue, which is difficult to achieve because they also didn't chrome out. It's definitely like real synth real skin, but it's like a shiny pink. But at the same time, they're bobbing their head to the music, not necessarily dancing along, nursing 2 drinks, and they see as you're approaching, and they straighten up all of a sudden because you're famous, hon. Yeah. Mr. Murph, I wasn't expecting to see you here.
Oh, well, not my scene, but I figured, new experiences and all. Remind me again, what's your name? You're really familiar.
Oh, I'm Dylan Turner. I'm pretty sure like a 4th cousin, maybe 5th cousin removed or something of that nature works directly under you. As a matter of fact, it's an honor to meet you. I've heard some interesting things about you.
Yeah. What have you heard?
Oh, just you're a great boss. You maybe don't sleep, which makes a lot of sense. You've moved very high in your company, and that seems like a requisite that I can't seem to achieve. But
well, the grind never stops. Well, I saw you over here. Thought you looked familiar. You here with someone? Or are you just like here out drinking by yourself? Because I don't judge. We all need one of those days.
Being forthright, this is sort of like a in between meetings drink. Not approved by every company, but mine seems to be fine with it.
Oh, so who you can I ask who you're here with, or is this
just myself? Yeah. And you see, they hold up their hand and they're like, do you mind? Their hand is like halfway through like a contact flick, which you're familiar with. People are always insistent on trying to get you their business card.
Oh, sure. No, not at all. And I'm going to try to... I don't know what this would be. I'm going to try to clock to see if, like, anyone's walking back towards this person.
Sure.
As I'm connecting with them.
Go ahead, then, and I would like you... I'll let you choose between insight and awareness, and this is also wits, while maintaining focus and concentration on the conversation. And you receive a business card. Nothing on it seems to convey that they were here with anybody, which is your goal in the situation. So let's see what the role looks like. And while you build the pool, I'm going to jump very briefly over to Rune. Rune, you were just trying to see something helpful. You gained 4 successes.
4 successes.
And you were given a description of... Well, actually, I don't know. How much did Murph say? Like, oh, it's a corpo in hiding. What'd you say?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it's someone who works in the same vein as me and is also like a kindred like us.
Oh, okay. That helps me narrow it down a lot.
Rune, you don't see any obvious kindred, and that's a good thing. That means people out here, if they are kindred, are definitely doing their best to maintain the masquerade. But at the same time, you see what appears to be a jumpy person who's got to have some degree or another of celerity in them. Move off the elevator down the hall, not the one that you saw your friends come off of, but a different one. Every like 5 steps, accidentally just moves a little bit too fast. And you can tell the difference between a Kolesnikov and celerity. This person is enhanced speed from blood. Moving anxiously down the hall, having just gotten off the elevator. And they're not moving in such a fashion that it seems as though they're going anywhere in particular. They're just now beginning a bit of a circuit.
Rune will try and tail them. As as stealthily as she can with 0 stealth.
What I'll do then is I'm going to offer you a situation that I do in my other vampire games. You're not in a warehouse trying not to get spotted by guards in an otherwise quiet environment. You're in a busy mega building in Night City, which never sleeps. But it's not the city that never sleeps. So as opposed to dexterity and stealth, what I'll offer you instead is manipulation and streetwise or subterfuge. I can't imagine the 2 dice pools are terrific for you either way, but it gives you an option.
What was it? Manipulation and subterfuge?
Either streetwise or subterfuge. How well can I blend in? Those are under social.
We're gonna go. Well, boy, are those the same dice pools? She'll try being stealthy because she thinks that's what her friends want her to be at the moment. That's 1 success.
Hey, no failures. That's the good news.
Yeah.
You're not a cartoon. Let's make that clear.
Yeah.
So you don't begin like crouch walking while humming. This isn't Kronk from The Emperor's New Groove. What it does appears though, since I referenced Assassin's Creed earlier, is you're like overtly attempting to like move between cover, and like you're very obviously a tracker in this moment. And if I do my classic, they're not yet on alert, let's just take half of values. This sort of skittish person walking around the hallways, occasionally doing that thing where just looking to the right is enough for their peripheral vision to go over their shoulder, stops for the briefest of seconds, enough for somebody with high enough celerity like you do to be able to catch. And then you see them straighten up and then chalantly begin walking in a straight line, a little bit faster in the same direction they were previously walking in the hall. Takes no genius to know that you've been made.
Okay.
And
they don't know it, but we're now in a race.
Woo! Guess who's gonna win that? This is my favorite part of technically a 5-way split, despite 3 of you being on the same floor. Think about all that, all the way back up on 40. Silas, you are kind of making certain that people are getting their money, possibly once again at standard speaking tone, or conveying additional details up and down. So now your coverage is going as far as 39 and 41. And one person does come running back to you, and they state, we can't get in there. It's locked, so go figure, but it's an unusually good lock. Up 42, shoot, what was it? Looks to a person who's directly next to them, and they're like, these 2 were clearly some of the runners. They're just kind of like, 4217. Yeah. 4217 and the one right next to it. We don't remember if it's left or right, but the one that was right next to it, we had to get back to you as soon as possible. They're unusually well locked, and we didn't really think about it before, but there's additional cabling on the walls and ceiling that doesn't really match with the rest of the floors, going directly into the walls, above and into like where those places are. And my guy right here, he goes, leaning over, still catching his breath, was like, yeah, he's a real tech whiz, and states that it looks as though those are net connection cables. If you were a net runner, you'd probably be the right person to talk to about specs for that. It's a shame one of them isn't 2 floors below.
I open up the channel to Lionel as they're talking to me, and I'm just like, and I was like, let Lionel hear what they're saying to me, because I'm getting bored.
And sure enough, Lionel, you hear that there appears to be like 50 gauge cabling from Fuyusuki Electronics that's perfectly routed for small architecture, local to non-local network, blah, 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 all this shit that Sam Lopez is making up. He's certainly not tech oriented. And it sounds an awful lot like to you. Not the most impressive, but sufficient hardware architecture necessary to pull off something like Soul Inc. is doing here in this mega building. 4217. Interesting.
And as that's going, I'm gonna also be like, hey, others, are y'all doing anything interesting down there? Please say yes.
We got a runner.
We're at a
And
club.
there's just like,
Well, are you on 35 still?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a quick sec. We'll be right there.
No, I'm coming to you, and I'm gonna
Oh,
open up my
well.
arms and out loud be like, "I need y'all to run me to 35."
By the way, as you say
Because
that,
I don't run.
one more person runs up to you, and they're like holding. She's maybe like 24, and somehow she's holding up like a beefy 36-year-old guy, and says, "He's not a server, but he's a host. Is that sufficient?" Because you were looking for servers.
Yep.
But the two of them, by the way, are here for you to state that you need to be run downstairs, and she's clearly very strong, and he looks the part as well. So it's actually the two of them that pick you up, and despite their height differences, you're sitting on their shoulders with him hunching down to make certain that it's a comfortable ride as they head over to the nearest stairs, because certainly they can do better than the elevator, and they begin transporting you down to 35.
And this, by the way, everyone, is why Silas doesn't run.
So, would I be able to use the net to get into that server from 38, or would I have to go upstairs?
You found an access point. You unfortunately know that somebody will arrive at some point to check on why that door was open in the way that it was, but pulling out your interface cable, which, by the way, where do you imagine that happening? Is your primary interface off your neck, from your wrist?
Those lights on his arms, one of the points, when the light flickers to, it hits the point, and you see the cable pops out of one of his knuckles.
Perfect. So very much like RoboCop, who had his interface spike in his knuckles. You bring that to the access point, and you begin riding the elevator. In Cyberpunk, the most common parlance to describe how net running works is moving through an elevator of net architecture. And now that you know to be looking upward into the building, you begin moving through the mega building's mainframe, and it has fairly simple defensive programs just to protect its residences, nothing that would necessarily be a huge threat to you. And I know prior to today's session, you put together a pretty impressive cyber deck. I want to try to honor that to the best of my ability, but just to convey speed, not for us to move the session along, but because your character is aware of the notion that somebody might be coming any moment, least of all the resident who hasn't popped their head up yet. Please make yet another, for speed, let's go resolve to technology. And this is going to get us to the node you're looking for, 4 floors up.
Just to clarify, you said we all have hunger 1, so I've been rolling the hunger die each time, right? Just making sure that's correct. Okay. I got 3 successes, and the hunger die failed. I don't know if that matters.
It does not matter. So what I'll go ahead and state is, at the last second before you said 3, I held my hand up, hoping to convey that to be able to get where you were going, we were looking at a difficulty of 5. My standard, this is a serious situation difficulty if it doesn't get harder than that. That doesn't mean you don't get there. What it does mean, however, is that some backward, forward, probably some Hellhound, some sword programs got in the way, and your own mental speed, knowing that you have to do this quick and maybe get out of the room, led you to be a little bit less defensive as you were hoping for. And I need you to take, and this is sufficient, no, this is serious, not sufficient, 1 point of aggravated damage. It appears as though some of that red ice was involved. The building, no doubt, any net actions you take is going to have defenses bolstered by the red ice that's being run out of the space. But it was only sufficient for you to take 1 point of aggravated damage. And I'm going to have you out yourself to the entire audience and your crewtery members. How much do you have?
Much health?
Yep.
I have 6 and I have 5, or yeah. Okay.
So a standard program, let's say a program does 1 point of damage usually, that would do you 0 damage based on having and rounding down. And if it was a decent enough program and it did 2 points of superficial damage to you, that would be 1 point, child's play, negligible, barely noticeable. This one does the equivalent of 4 points of superficial damage in one go, and that was a couple of different fights to arrive at this point. And if it helps you to embody what Lionel would probably be feeling at this moment, especially as internal fire kind of kicked up in those moments, holy shit. These programs are something else. And that was me speeding along the means by which you arrived at this point. But over the course of 30 seconds, give or take, you arrive in an access node that has nothing to do with Mega Building H4 and now entirely has to do with Sol Inc. net architecture, which you probably did a little bit of research on the car ride over. And just outside the door, you're taking a look at what looks to be a strong defensive structure in the elevator. Do you want to begin seeking to proceed, and we'll actually dive into some of the stuff you chose on your cyber deck? Or are you more like, okay, I know where to get to it, I need to move on to a different access point?
Because I know somebody is coming. I would, what's the terminology? Basically eject myself safely from the net. And
Slide.
Yes, slide. That's the one, right? And basically get on the comm and be like, okay, I've got eyes on the site. I need to get upstairs because there's going to be somebody coming to this floor that I'm on. I'm going to floor 42, and then he's just going to basically go up the stairs that way.
Meanwhile, on 35, we're going to resolve a couple of actions before two himbos run Silas down. And going sort of in order, you were getting some information from your fans, Mycon, and they were giving you some conflicting information. People ran out to try to figure some stuff out for you. A variety of people have come back and they said, obviously, we're nice people. We're not going to try to break into a building unless you need us to. But like, we didn't do that yet. We don't see anybody. But you're getting a lot of information, and people seem to think, that sounds kind of like this person in this room, or maybe it's this person in this room. What are you doing with that?
I'm gonna ask very nicely if they might want to break into those apartments.
Riding your previous success, everybody, rank 8 in Rocker Boy, just for edification of the audience at home and a reminder for everybody sitting around the table with us, is Jaden's not the only one who can do some crazy shit, depending on the situation. You have succeeded to convince a small group of fans to commit a minor crime. That is well within your right, based on the difficulty that you succeeded with. And that's rank 8 as Rocker Boy. So you insinuate, I don't know, maybe go for it in so many words. And they go, yeah. And you see a small...
Thank you so much.
You see pods of 3 people run off to four different rooms, leaving a couple of stragglers out, still chasing down leads they had previously. And they go to different rooms on floor 35, one of which is 3507. And are you just kind of hanging out, waiting for them to bring information back to you? Because Murph didn't give you the full picture.
Yes, but also the one who ran to the elevator and didn't look like they were coming back, I wanted to see if I could do some insight to see, why.
Yeah, go ahead and make an insight check for me. That's going to be your social skill insight, and let's have you use composure based on the circumstances. While you make that roll, I'm going to jump up to Murph. You were trying to get a good sense of whether or not anybody was approaching, and just sort of the vibes as you were speaking with this business, Turner relative. What was your roll on Dylan?
7 successes with 2 criticals.
Great. So that was 7. It doesn't matter. It was a lot. It was a sufficient number. I just wanted to know if it needed to be more, but believe it or not, that was more than sufficient. Kind of getting a vibe check while you receive the business card. Maybe back of the mind, consider the details and still pay attention to Dylan as they're speaking to you. You did actually clock as it appeared as though somebody was walking towards the club, at a pretty good clip. And they had sort of pop in their step, and then they make direct eye contact with you, and their eyes go. They check over their shoulder very quickly, and they begin walking still along the hallways towards the nearest elevator, and that comes in line with you hearing in your agent, because it's in your ear, we got a runner.
I'm gonna say, listen, Turner, Dylan, lovely to meet you. I got your contact. If you know Perseus, call him. He'll set you up with me. I gotta run. Have fun with your drink. Lovely to meet you. Wow. And then I'm just gonna book it.
Thank you. It was a pleasure meeting you. And as you head out, are you moving pretty quick?
Yes. I'm going to shadow cloak myself and then like just beeline for this person who's seen me and is trying to run.
And I'm going to ask you to make 2 rouse checks, because I forgot when you did your previous shadow cloak.
Yeah.
Yay.
Well, I mean,
Getting to the...
shadow cloak doesn't need a rouse check, I believe.
Oh, that's a level, that's a rank 1 ability? My mistake.
Yeah.
Never mind. You're good. Yep, I
good,
misread
but-
what I was looking at.
Yeah. Okay.
So you're relatively obfuscated to meat eyes, and you get to the edge of the club, which is the hot floor at H4, and you notice this person. That's definitely Celerity. Gets the elevator and starts hammering on the button. Looks, and as you follow their gaze, you see as Rune is turning the corner at a clip. Rune must have one of those Sandevastans people are talking about being the hot new speedwear, because they are barely visible as they round the corner with a gleam in their eye, I would have to assume. Rune, you see as this individual is like staring in your direction while hammering the button, and the speed of their hand also conveys that they're probably going to break it because they are using Celerity to rapid press the button, and everybody knows that doesn't make it move faster.
Rune wants to go into what she calls the Speed Force, because she's used to watching all the good classics, and is going to basically attempt to run so quickly that she just appears in the elevator behind them.
I want everybody to join me in holding space for the notion that in this alternate history, we didn't get Grant Gustin as the Flash and CW's the Flash.
Yeah.
But you do exactly what you just stated. The door opens, and I assume that Murph, moving at a reasonable speed for an undead individual, in sensible business shoes, can't even hold a candle to how quickly you reach the elevator. And this individual goes,
Real Italian leather. Real Italian leather.
Wow, wait, really?
Yeah,
You didn't
La
get the money
Sombra.
from Victor?
No. La Sombra. It comes with the territory.
It might come with the territory, but real cows in 2080, my God. These are either vintage or holy shit. That is somebody's like 3-year salary. That's beside the point.
Yes.
You get into the elevator, and this person goes, as they see 2 kindred now standing there. And by the way, they're panting in a way that convinces you they're not doing that to try to show off that they're mortal. This is definitely at least half a human, as ghouls are still mortal. They're just bolstered after a fashion. And what you hear, Mycon, is a bunch of shouting as individuals successfully open room 3507 and are met with an angered being inside. And you see a flash of movement, and all of a sudden those 3 people who got that door open fall to the ground. And experience tells you that they're probably not alive anymore.
Oh boy.
And all of that happens right as Silas is carried down to the floor. And Silas, there's a chase happening right now, and people are at the club apparently. But what you see is 2 of your crudery members cornering somebody in the elevator, a couple of dead people on the ground, probably like 15 feet away. That's not as fun, but at least it's not boring. And there's another kindred, probably 6 feet back in the doorway, who has an agent held up to their ear, and they're holding a knife in their hand, and they clock you, and their eyes narrow. And Mycon, you're still standing over in the club unless you want to take any actions. It seems as though something was in 3507. Everybody on that dramatic beat, back up to 42.
So I like to imagine that in the stairwell, Lionel just kind of like hid by the wall as they ran past him, and then he looked down thinking like, I told everybody it was on 42, whatever, and just kept going up the stairs.
That is exactly what happened. And you step onto 42, and I need another technology, and let's go resolve on this one. As you notice 3 cameras directly pointed at the way off the stairs on floor 42, and they're all looking right at the exit. So this is going to be a quick hack using 2077 rules as opposed to red rules. I'll learn them one day to see if you can get them to turn off, look away, be confused, etc. before they alert.
4.
4 is not sufficient, unfortunately. And what you see is sort of the Chiron light that's only visible to either to Cyber Eyes or to a discerning Netrunner without Cyber Eyes. You're kind of both. Go from sort of like a passive yellow to a warning orange, and one of those turrets that I described previously kind of goes, and its nose is pointed right in your direction. Dramatically for descriptive purposes, the rounds that expel immediately missing you at first have that burst of sulfur coming off the barrel that tells you these are Dragon Breath rounds. This floor, more than most other floors in the building, no doubt, is built specifically against intruders such as your kind. And what I'm going to have you do for me, please, because firearm dodging is pretty tough. I would like you to make a dexterity athletics just to get out of the way before you consider your next actions, knowing full well that you're probably going to get at least a little bit of a hit here.
Do my rapid reflexes help?
Rapid reflexes, I believe, prevent you from falling down.
I thought that they were for being shot at, if
I might be thinking of the wrong rank 1 ability. Jaden, you shook your head.
Yeah, because that's Catwalk.
Yep.
Yeah, there's Cat's Grace and Rapid
Reflex.
Reflexes.
I think it gives you a bonus to avoid ranged attacks, specifically from firearms. You still have no penalty to your dice pools, is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
Because normally there's a penalty to try to dodge ranged attacks.
So you can.
So I got a.
Yeah.
So
let me tell you what's happening here really quick.
Okay, sorry.
The Sam is no longer passive and taking half. This is a direct action as a result of having seen you. Let's go dice roll. Stats for technology built into V5, by the way. That was fun and tough to put together. Oh, okay. 6 successes on my end.
So I got 9.
That's
But
good.
I got the one where my hunger die was a critical and a regular die was a critical. I think it's called like a muddy success.
A
or
messy
something.
critical?
Messy critical. Yeah,
I love
that's the one.
messy criticals.
Yay!
Also like messy criticals. I'm gonna think about how I want to adjudicate that, but the important part is there was a moment in time where Lionel was about to take a hit, maybe to the upper thigh, possibly to the shoulder, as you definitely moved out of the way. But you go one step further than that, and it's kind of like how video games don't make sense. Because what do you mean that after I've jumped, I can jump again? Sort of a situation. Like you dodge, and then you shove into the dodge, like you double dodge, and those rounds start tearing up the wall directly behind you, and you don't take any damage from it, but your shoulder of your hoodie definitely catches flame briefly. Thankfully, you use pretty good tech material, so it's able to be batted out, but even that, you go, as your hand is all of a sudden exposed to those flame rounds. No damage, just for flavor. But let's say, hypothetically speaking, you're now around the corner defensively, not being shot at. The turret is slowly working its way through the wall, and it is safe to say that, unfortunately, this floor is now aware of a kindred's presence. What are you doing with that information? Let me think about your messy critical while you tell me.
So you just quickly on the comms, either Dragon Breath rounds, lots of Dragon Breath rounds. And
as he says that, I look at the ghoul that we just found and go, perfect.
And I'm already pressing with lightning speed level 42 because that sounds like fun. And why am I on this one?
I'm gonna step out and let Rune go with the ghoul up to 42 because I still got stuff to do here.
Yeah, so I imagine that the gunfire also wasn't very quiet.
No. And for what it's worth, by the way, we'll play with this as needed, but let's say, hypothetically speaking, that somebody not too dissimilar to your good friend Silas was heading out of their apartment, and they were on their way down, and they decided, I need to take the stairs more often. And what better place to do that than 42 stories up a mega building in Night City? And your dodge maneuver had nothing to do with. Oh, no, wait, never mind. You did use rapid reflexes. It's not the most impressive celerity ability, but your general visage, in a time where Maelstrom gang members do exist and other people who just decide, I'm going to do crazy stuff with my vision. And a common piece of cyberware for kinky people, cool weirdos, not so cool weirdos, etc., is genuinely the addition of fangs. You wouldn't stand out in a crowd regularly, despite still being a Nosferatu. You can't expand on your appearance to become more attractive. Your joint visage and fast movements and the lack of apparent cyberware that would justify how quickly you moved gives cause for this media personality who just really needs to up their cardio game, gives cause for them to go, and then you see both of their irises turn orange. And that tells you that they have activated the streaming portion of their cyber eyes. And they say, everybody, my name is Mike Hansen. The time is here. The people we said are among us are here. Right here, we have one of those speedsters that has nothing to do with cyberware. And they begin prattling off some information about how, like, this is an individual that I've been talking about, like, probably a podcast bro more than anything else. And they walk up to you as you're trying to figure out what you want to do next, completely ignoring the gunfire that's happening, by the way. It makes more sense in my mind for it to be a masquerade breach this way. I'm just kind of like, that's weird. What can you tell me about your superhuman abilities?
Can I? Is that turret still firing?
Yeah, 100%.
So like, if I just what's the?
Now it's going to chew through the wall and presumably be firing where it thinks you are. Yes. What were you saying?
Yeah. So I'm on. So where am I, and where is he in proximity to the turret?
Yes.
That individual who seems to have like a lack of awareness in a couple of different ways goes, huh, odd, and steps a little to the left to avoid chips of wall coming off, is probably like 2 feet in front of you now, and they're not holding up a microphone. You see like something on their throat begins glowing like blue, and that tells you, oh cool, they've activated their Vox recorder. And then it's like, oh neat, they're recording me right now and potentially streaming. Maybe they're not though. Maybe I could get lucky and they just have a memory chip they're going to upload later, but they're like 2 feet in front of you, and the bullets are hitting at probably the space that's right in between the two of you, because that's where the turret thinks, they're not a vampire. Like, I mean, they are, that's why I'm shooting at them, but they probably didn't move back that far. We'll get there eventually.
I'm going to pull him a foot so that he's in the space where the bullets are going to come through the wall. And then I'm going to hit the deck.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything.
I think I've established that this individual seems to have a poor sense of awareness, or they're just too stoked to think that they finally caught what's going to make their podcast blow up the way they keep telling their friends it was supposed to have done for at least the last couple of years. Let's not get into their sad backstory, but you get them to come a foot closer to you, potentially by stepping back enough distance yourself. And maybe they had to be that close because the Vox recorder was having a hard time getting any potential verbal responses you were assuredly giving to them over the sound of that clashing right behind them. And as they step forward and they're still peppering you with questions, unfortunately for them, the wall certainly gets chewed through, and quite a few rounds make certain that this person isn't uploading any longer, and they crumble to the ground in front of you.
Be like, he just starts, Lionel's thinking to himself, that's going to be a problem that I'm going to have to delete the entire net. Okay.
Oh shit, the whole net? Murph. Murph, you get a call all of a sudden. You stepped out of the elevator, and it does seem as though Percy's trying to get in touch with you.
Okay. I do not have time for that right now. Much as I love the guy, God's bless him. I got a situation, and I'm going to look for my bestie. Where is she? Mikey! Bestie, where are you?
I'm over here, and I'm walking toward 3507. Not walking, strutting.
Okay. I clock where she's going. It's 3507. I'm like, shit. Okay. I catch up.
As you two are walking over in that direction, I'm going to say something that happens. But first, Silas, what are you doing? Yeah.
Oh, I'm telling my my wheels to follow.
Got it.
Yeah, they're gonna. I'm like follow them. Whatever Murph and Mike's doing seems interesting, so I'm gonna have them follow that way.
It's more entertaining to have your previous successes just continue to ride because of how high of a number you got. So no die roll needed. They begin walking you in that direction. All 5 of you then are able to, 5, because it's the 2 of them and the 3 of you, are able to hear the obvious sounds of demo work. If anybody's ever worked on a construction crew, these would be obvious sounds of structural damage occurring in the space. And as 2 of you enter, and the other 3 of you will need a quick second because they have to navigate squatting even lower to get you through the door, Silas, but you'll be in there just a few seconds later. You catch up to see a hole ripped through the floor. And there's no Tortiador vampire in the room. This individual seems to be on the run.
Okay.
But
well,
there was a Saturday Night Live sketch a long time ago for like how to protect a really nice car, and it was having the exterior of your car refitted to look like a terrible old Volkswagen with mismatching hubcaps, but the inside is like a luxury Lincoln Rolls Royce sort of situation. We're dealing with that with this apartment. It is a luxury space in this mega building because Tortiador, they need beauty around them at all times. Just in case that interests anybody, probably not under the current circumstances, but great apartment, hole in the floor, property value has lowered somewhat significantly. Go.
Real quick. So this is a situation. We got other stuff going on. You guys should probably go help Lionel deal with fire, and I will catch up. How's that sound?
Oh, no, that's not happening. Because you're up to something shady, and that means I want every piece of it.
Well, I can't hear you anymore. I'm gonna jump down the hole.
And I'm like, follow.
And they're kind of like, you got it. And you hear a sound from her that sounds an awful lot like she's activating some cyber leg actions, and she fully takes you just on her shoulder and like hops down, and the other himbo goes, oh, I mean, yeah, if I could get a break, I'll follow along. Kind of like replacement mounts from Knights of Yore, my favorite game, and like hops down after and like falls to the ground ever so slightly because he's been hunching the whole time to maintain you moving at level. But you come down.
I call back up to
afterward.
Mikey.
Yep.
I call back up to Mikey. Remind Rune to use the ghoul against the fire. And
Okay, bestie. Love you. Be safe.
love you too.
Rune
Don't
has
die.
her own plans for the turrets.
Mikey, are you following? Are you going upstairs? Are you going back to the club? What's Mikey doing?
I'm going back upstairs, but I still like. What did I get from that guy who ran? I got 4 successes. One of them was a critical.
Good. The person that ran the single critical unfortunately doesn't bolster results. It needs to be in pairs, but that is more than sufficient for you to have gathered just based on vibes. And because Sam Lopez, the dungeon game master, is silly, that person heard the description that was leveled and was just kind of like, floor 23. That sounds just like somebody I know on floor 23. Non-critical to the mission path. They just were more misguided than everybody else, just indicating that, yeah, it's probably somebody on this floor. They were just kind of like, no, I know the secret. This person's multiple floors lower. That's the thread. Yep.
All right. I'm headed up.
You are as expeditiously as possible heading upwards. In the elevator, the ghoul who was directly across from you, he all of a sudden, like, didn't describe it previously, but hood comes down, like, designer earrings, pretty good, like, facial cyberware. This certainly seems like, to somebody in the know, like a ghoul of a Tortiador who is attempting to blend in a mega building that they weren't necessarily fully residents of, and sort of looks to you and just says, if I shut my eyes, I can't, any abilities you might have, I plead the fifth. Just running through like a litany of like, I don't know what to do here. I wasn't expecting to be alone with a vampire. I am not a vampire is the vibe for the 4 floors that go up. What's happening on that journey?
Just
No,
her
more than
being
4. Anyway.
her being impatient because she's using the technology and she could go so much faster than this elevator, and she's very upset about it.
Oh yeah. You know what you can do for silliness purposes?
Yeah.
Make a wits technology check for me, please.
Okay.
As this person's rattling off to you, and you're probably keeping at least one eye on them so that they don't try anything, but go ahead and make wits tech.
Okay. So that'll be 6 dice.
There's only 4.
4, 5, 6.
Difficulty 4.
4 successes exactly.
That's perfect. So you do this thing that first responders are well aware of, where you walk over and you hold down one button, you touch the next one, and the elevator increases its speed 1.5 times.
Oh my god.
Because it was right on the money. So you speed up
Yeah.
ever so slightly, and the ghoul goes as they half stumble over the ground because they think some crazy vampire thing just happened, but then they like notice that you're still just calmly standing there, like rapid pressing the button as you're holding down the other one with your thumb.
Don't make yourself my problem, and we're fine. I got other shit to do.
Okay. And their eyes sort of take on that sheen that lets you know that they must have an internal agent, and they're either actively calling or texting somebody at present. And they're like, "You got it," and cowering in the corner. Moments later, like very few moments later, however, the doors open on 42, and you heard the gunfire getting louder and louder and louder as you were going up.
Yeah. So her plan is she wants to go. She puts on her headphones, cues up some tunes. As she's riding, she's getting her own theme music going. Goggles on, and her plan is to speed run using celerity to try and get the attention of the first turret to shoot at another turret. Combining their fire to take each other out.
All right, I know you're built for it to work out this way, so I'm not going to pull some shenanigans where you have to use wits or composure or resolve or anything like that. Instead, I'm going to do the obvious and say I need dexterity and athletics plus celerity from you to use your feat of physical prowess to time it correctly that another turret will turn on and take out the other one.
And then celerity, which is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let's see. We got 8 successes.
Child's play. And not that scary movie from that one time.
Yeah. We're into the Speed Force now, guys. Let's go.
You're moving so fast, you do a full lap, and that gets the other turret to turn on. And then you do 3 more laps. We're full-blown Quicksilvering you, which I believe you have a sufficient number of celerity points for, and I don't care. We're getting silly. And it's around the time that you make the 6th lap. This whole time, you're watching as Lionel moves like 1 millimeter, possibly further out of the way of a body crumpling at their feet, and you are able to trigger another turret down the hall that clocked your attention to take out the one directly adjacent to the stairwell. So additional fire breaks out. It explodes into shrapnel, and unfortunately starts to fire from its base because you appear to have hit the chamber that was holding the flame ammunition. So there's now a small fire in the middle of the hallway, but at least Lionel's not being shot at in a tertiary fashion.
Okay.
Lionel appreciates this.
Hey! She'll just like stop in front of him. Hey, got the first one.
Okay, good.
You're
I gotta get into
so
the
to
net.
not be getting shot at. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, with the big hole in the wall, can I go through it to the unit, or like, is it not that kind of a hole in the wall?
Wait, are you referring to what I just stated, or are you talking about making your own hole in the wall?
No. So like the hole in the wall from the turret.
Yeah. Oh, that.
It blew through the wall. Would it like the hole in the wall from the turret be into the unit?
It would go directly into the adjacent unit if you were to continue punching your way through. But what I will say is I need willpower checks from both of you now that you're taking a brief moment of calm, because a wall is on fire, and it's chemical fire, and that's very scurry to vampires. So both of you please roll a number of dice equal to your willpower, no hunger dice.
Two successes.
Okay.
Three successes, 1 critical.
Lionel, you find yourself once again the lone vampire on floor 42. Without having to turn on the Speed Force once again, which, by the way, were you using a power that required you to use a rouse check previously?
I probably should do a rouse, because I was using Blurred Momentum.
Please make a rouse check, and then please do.
Success.
I'm forcing you. Success, good. You don't have to do it, even though you turn the power back on again, and you go to floor 40.
Oh, yeah.
Because fire's scary. So you're all the way down there, at least for the moment, which just takes you out of the scene. Lionel, before we jump back to the others, and before you're joined by Mike, you're now once again here alone, and you know that going through the wall that way, not a good idea. You also hear shouting from the floor. It appears as though mortal persons here, possibly, probably with Soul Inc., are equally as aware of you as the tech. What's going on?
So given my just the knowledge of how the net works, would I know that I could get access from somewhere else in this building, or do I need to be on this floor?
You would have to fight your way through additional architecture just to go for it from here. And for all intents and purposes, you could try from right here. But if you wanted an easier go of it, you would need another access point tag in. And what I'll ask of you, if you want to ping once again, is for another rouse check, and that could give you the location of the nearest access point to try.
Yep, I will try the rouse check. Failure.
Hey! In one sentence, what can you tell us about your sire? I know.
That's a good question that I was not prepared for.
Let me just ask you one simple question. No, two questions. What's their preferred pronouns, and do they still exist?
Probably he, him, and no.
In the back of your mind, you hear, "What a gonk move! I'm surprised you made it this far. You have zero chances of pulling this off. You might as well succumb to the red ice. It's coming for all of us. You're weak." Your hunger increases by 1 as the visage of your sire that will always live in you as the form of your beast is trying to convince you that you don't have what it takes. You're no net runner. You're just a rat, like all the Nos before you. But the ping still works, and sure enough, if you can get down the hallway, which you have empirical evidence by way of the other one just exploding from similar sounding fire, does include more turrets. 2 doors down to your right is the next closest access point. On this floor, that ping is sufficient to go up and down at least 1 more floor, and you don't know if human or other means of defenses are like happening on those floors or not. Not like are definitely happening on 42, but there are similarly reachable ones within 3 units on 43 and 41.
This place is on fire, so Lionel will go up 1 more floor.
You begin heading up the stairs. Mike, you see just as his feet go by, and a few moments ago, you were pretty sure that Rune also went by, but it was just like a rune-colored flash of light that made your hair go.
So,
And you know what? Just for flavor, please make a willpower check as you notice the fire on the wall. Oh, tracking details is fun.
yeah. I forget what willpower is.
For you, if you were to look at your sheet that you put together, it's just
Exposure
how many
and
dots you
resolve.
have.
Blue.
How many is that?
2.
Ooh, we're looking for both of those to be criticals.
No.
Okay. You see the fire, go, and turn around. Back downstairs. We'll be nice about it.
The
Nothing
club
too
was
crazy.
way more fun than this.
Yeah. To complicate matters further, as you move back down to 41, you see 3 mortals, or at least you would assume they're mortals, and they have that really annoying symbol for the Society of Leopold, but like rebranded, Soul Inc., on patches either on their chest or on their shoulder, and they definitely are holding. And they haven't clocked you yet, but as you go that sort of like halfway nexus down to the previous floor, just kind of like, too rich for my blood. You do see all of them standing there, and that patch is enough for you to know that they probably know how to spot a vampire, and they're definitely aware that they're around. Danger. While all of you on this floor think about what comes next, I'm going to jump briefly back down to Silas and Murph. you're down on 34, and the clock is ticking.
Yep.
Corey is ahead of you, and one of the human retainers definitely needs a quick break, maybe some cyber Gatorade, cyber aid. They definitely need some cyber aid. But what are you doing?
I'm gonna shout, because and to catch their attention. Actually, I'm not sure how this works. If they need to see my eyes for it.
For a dominate, usually.
Depends on the ability.
Usually.
They even some of them say like compels
Some of
us
them
with
say
eye
like
contact.
you need to see the eye contact, but I did not write that down.
Which one is it?
What? Rationalize.
Chad, if anybody knows, you can race Jaden and I to look it up.
So it doesn't clarify, but it is a unless it says otherwise, dominates are supposed to be eye contact unless it says otherwise.
Okay.
It's Jedi mind tricks that require them. Your eyes are your power for dominate.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why most kindred wear sunglasses.
Is he wearing sunglasses? Can I make a sound to make him look back at me to be like, hey, I'm catching up with you, homie?
That's good flavor.
Can I do
Yeah.
that?
You say it again. I was typing a message to the group.
Okay.
What do you
That's it.
Mhm.
I'm gonna shout to be like, hey, I'm catching up with you. Look back at me. To see if I can to mesmerize them, I guess.
You tell me what attribute skill combo you're going for, and I'll tell you if that makes sense. Because I could
Persuasion and manipulation.
sure, and because you're choosing persuasion manipulation, I'll go ahead and tell you that it's gonna be a difficulty 8.
Yes, I figured. But I'm also using dominate, so do I add the dominate
No.
dice to that? No.
Because they're not making eye contact yet. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
One thing you
Hope
can
this
do,
works.
if you deem it absolutely necessary, though, is you can engage in this session's first blood surge, should you deem it necessary. You can make a rouse check to increase your manipulation by 1.
I will do so. Why
Hey.
not? I
Yeah,
haven't
go.
failed any hunger checks so far, so that
That's
would
just
be
me.
yeah. That would be how many dice again? Plus
Just
1.
1d10. Yep.
Yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 9. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 and 1 critical. 6 successes.
It was
and
just the 1 die. I'll take the 6. No hunger increase. All right.
Okay.
Hunger checks are always just the 1 die, and if it's 6 or
Uh-huh.
higher, you're good to go. Yep. What that tells me though is you can absolutely surge the blood, and now I'm gonna have you make that manipulation plus persuasion plus 1, and your difficulty is 8. Silas, while this is happening, are you moving forward on your 1-person palanquin, or?
First, do I feel that my palanquin could catch this person?
You take a quick look down at their legs, and just because rolling dice is fun, I'll have you make intelligence and investigation.
Good. I can use. First time using my mental stats, I'm realizing.
Woo.
Which
I'd
is
have it
like,
eventually.
it's my good ones. It's weird that I'm so intelligent and I don't use my brain.
You are using your brain.
I am
technically.
finally. Now I am.
Welcome to the club. Only speed. No brain.
Only speed.
This difficulty, by the way, it's pretty simple. It's 4.
I got 5.
Again, that's sufficient. You clock this individual. I mean, this was obvious already. They have a pair of cyber legs. At the very least, this is able to boost their carrying capacity, explaining what's happening currently. But checking down their back, they do have what appears to be branded Kolesnikov neural wear. So are they as fast as Vampire Celerity? No, but they're pretty damn fast.
Okay. Then I want to do origami. What I'm asking is, I'm going to do flesh crafting.
I had a feeling.
Yeah.
That's what you meant.
I'm gonna
Which is
do.
why I paused.
I want to do origami to make my palatine faster.
Cool. We're obviously making a vicissitude.
Specifically, it's flesh crafting because vicissitude for myself, the higher rank one, where it gets even messier.
Thank you. By the way, this is arguably the highest power vampire game I've ever played by way of how much XP came in before the session. So tell me what Fleshcraft does.
So first, it uses vicissitude, but lets me do it on others. What it lets me do is I can bend someone's skin, muscles, and even their bone to be whatever I want it to be to make it better or just more artistic. Essentially, I could do flesh origami. By using flesh crafting, I could do it to them and alter their stats.
Great. What's your dice pool?
It is Resolve and Protean, and I use either Medicine if you want that, or Craft. It's up to whichever you want me to use as the storyteller.
As a Ripper Doc, we're definitely going to go with Medicine for this one.
Perfect. My specialty is Surgery.
I had a feeling. Okay. And
I want
help
a blood
me out
surge
because you have so much vampire knowledge. Is this contested?
It's if they want to.
Okay.
I can also.
This is the last thing. I'm going to go ahead and say, based on your previous credibility roll where you got 12 successes over the 4 I was seeking, this will be the last thing where you're just kind of like, trust me, this is good for you. That's just going to happen.
And I did promise whoever helped me, I would ascend them to Chrome Godhood. So this is what they worked for.
All the more reason why this is your last no holds barred success. So go ahead and make that roll, and that'll tell you how successful this is because it's not being resisted.
What I want, yeah, I'll do my rouse checks because I have to do those.
Yep.
And I love it. I fail my rouse because we need this.
Oh yeah. And it's getting late enough in the evening that we'll just go ahead and state that you get a similarly tantalizing, but in a negative way that maybe you're into, vibe check from your beast as your hunger increases by 3.
Beautiful. And then we're going to roll this dice pool, which is beautifully large. For 10 successes.
Oh, you roll that?
Oh.
10 successes. Jesus Christ. Okay.
With 2 pairs of crits.
Murph, before we talk about how this person becomes a gazelle, and I don't mean that figuratively, Murph, how'd you do on that persuasion, manipulation, difficulty 8?
I got a 7 success with 2 criticals.
So 2 criticals got you to 7, or that's 7 total?
No,
success?
7 plus. Wait, sorry, math. So 7 successes and 2 criticals, plus 2 criticals.
That makes all the difference in the world. I was going to state,
yes.
It hasn't come into play yet. I should have offered on previous failures for people to roll willpower, but it was just too juicy to lean into failure. Doesn't sound like you have to here. Not unlike Silas's crits that just occurred. Somehow, against all odds, a survival-oriented Toreador who knows their hidey hole to have been discovered and has no reason to turn around is running away at nigh but not quite rune speeds, and gets to a strong defensive point within eyesight of you, and they go, fuck it, I am intrigued. And they turn around and they make eye contact with you, and I assume now you want to try some dominate power or another.
Yes, I'm going to mesmerize. Yeah, I'm gonna mesmerize, and I'll add the rationalize to make it seem like, hey, you stopped you're gonna be my friend under your own willpower.
Do those stack, or are they distinct separate abilities? Because you can only do one at a time.
Rationalize is just convincing victims of dominate it was their idea.
It is separate, but usually it's you do one dominate and then you rationalize after, and it locks it in place.
So
let's begin with mesmerize. And okay. Yeah, what is my defense pool? I roll what and what?
Intelligence plus resolve.
Phenomenal. Go ahead and make your roll, and while you roll and I roll, we're going to jump very briefly back to the prophet. Silas, in 1 to 2 sentences, what's your vision? It's gonna happen.
Ideally, legs bounding. So I'm going to invert the knees and ensure that the spine can hold the form so that we can
Yeah.
get more of a slightly hunched, almost velociraptor posture supported
Cool.
by the new
Good.
muscle mass.
Excellent. Okay, yeah. Like I said, it's gonna happen. So this individual gets arguably one of the more extreme skin jobs, but possibly not the most extraneous ones ever, because in the time of Red, most things are possible. And they go, this was weirdly on my vision board! As bones begin to bend, skin begins to stretch, shapes begin to remake themselves, and they have that newborn, I already know how to run, but I'm going to stumble for a few seconds moment where they begin to move you forward and they catch themselves, sort of like the MIT like robot videos where you can like kick it in the side and it stops itself from falling. Like it does that little thing like over the course of like 5 feet of movement. And by the way, there's a little bit of a complication here. There is a family of 3 in the apartment that you've fallen through to. The good news being they all have BD visors. And they appear to be pretty good ones because it's like you just fell into a room and in a very Ferris Buellerian fashion, they don't even acknowledge that you're there. They're just kind of like staring up at the ceiling, sitting on their couch. And if you were even to like try to explain yourself away or think about doing so, they don't look over it for even the slightest moment. And as such, your abomination act, which resulted in a pretty dope Velociperson, resulting in you now moving very quickly out the room. And at the same time, you see directly across the way at a stairwell, way down, possibly thinking they can run faster than an elevator can move because they don't know the EMT trick or the better version of the EMT trick that Idly didn't roll to. Whether they're running or not is determined in just a moment. I'm rolling 6 dice. How did you do, Murph?
7 successes, no criticals, and I also rolled like triple 6s, so that was great.
Late into sessions, I have a rule that my NPCs, especially if they're not critical ones, don't get to use willpower. So my 5 doesn't cut it. This Toreador is convinced I gotta stick around. Holy shit, a Velociperson. As Silas and the yet-to-be-named NPC, who's now more powerful than they ever could have imagined, goes streaking down the hallway in their direction. That seems like an interesting moment where the two of you consider whether or not you're going to act together in this dark act that Murph has to take, that Silas seems completely aware of, or at least not completely aware, but completely interested in, as we jump back up to the 40 to 42, 43rd floor range. As one of you is heading up, one of you was forced down 2, and one of you is halfway in between down.
Okay.
Idly.
Well, we're
Your
gonna.
movement above you. Yeah.
Yeah. She's going
Go.
to start heading up the staircase. And then does she see the 3 human people?
You certainly do. And they're you see body postures, they're about to begin moving up.
This is a critical moment where we don't need people involved. So she's gonna draw her pistol and trick shot with a rouse check to use unerring aim to try and make one bullet trick shot into how ricochet and make as much chaos to either draw them to hit as many people as you can with one bullet is the trick shot.
We call this the wanted maneuver.
Yeah, that's
check.
what I was thinking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so rouse check to use unerring aim.
I love unerring
Oh my god,
aim
that
so
is
much.
somehow a success. Let's go.
All right. I have good news for you. You may now make, and I'm going to give you the choice on this. You can either make dexterity, firearms, celerity, or you can make, I would imagine this would be resolve, firearms, celerity, because you're seeking a difficult mental task as much as a physical one. So your choice on the attribute, but go ahead and build that dice pool.
2, 3,
And
1, 2, 3, 4. 1,
they're
2, 3,
not
4, 5.
defending. I don't
Yeah,
want this
and
to
they
seem
can't.
too easy. Yeah.
And they can't.
Celerity.
And then my specialty, remind me, I only add 1 die, correct, for specialty?
1 die per
Yeah.
specialty.
Okay. Perfect. So we have a dice pool of 8 +6, and I don't know how much that is.
I love that 14
14.
dice.
15.
That'll be only
for
8
everybody at home and
successes.
everybody at the table, I want you all to know Red Eye sucks. And this is why my characters are having as easy of a time as this might seem. Yes.
Mhm.
So go ahead and roll your 14 dice
8
and
successes.
Mm.
Chef's
Great.
kiss.
Okay. So superficial damage and aggravated damage works a little bit different between kindred and mortals. For instance, if you were to be shot with an unmodified heavy weapon round, and I believe you're using a heavy pistol.
Yeah. Let me
Yeah.
look it up what I have. I have the medtex, storing equipment. I have the it's +2 superficial damage.
So
The,
you had how many
Omaha
successes?
I had 8.
Yeah. So let's be forthright.
Okay.
You just did 10 points of damage uncontested. To let's call them what they are, Soul Ink grunts.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go ahead and state that you did a sufficient amount of damage to individuals who must have at least some degree or another of cyberware between their ears, to the extent that the bullet goes all the way through one head and into another. And it just barely comes out the side, going from one temple to one eye socket
Mm-hmm.
to hit the other guy kind of in the shoulder, in sort of a you now have my attention way more than a damaging one. You have fully routed 2 of them, with the
Okay.
other one now looking shocked in your direction.
What a race!
And uh, Mike, I'm just gonna turn it over to you before I overcomplicate the situation, giving Idly a lot to do, because I want to make sure the spotlight is shared. This person does not look like they want to race. For the record, they watch, they clock you at the same time as their friends, like literally create the eye line as they fall to their death, and you see sort of like a Henry Cavill like cocking the arm-esque motion as with a pistol in one hand and a baton in the other, they like scarily go, ah! And a couple of different instances of cyberware on their arms come into play, where they're just kind of like, I can do this, right? Staring you down. And Mike, you see that from above. A bunch of blood just goes way all over the place. Yum. But more importantly, there's only one threat down here all of a sudden, and it's not fire. What do you want to do with the situation, if anything?
So you have a couple of options. You can race my friend, which will not end well for you. Or you could go upstairs and disable the turrets. And I'm gonna compel them.
So you say, hey, and they look back in your direction, and go ahead and roll this. It's gonna be intimidation, plus charisma,
Okay.
plus dominate.
And since I have the awe for presence, does that mean I get to add my presence?
Oh wait, were you doing a dominate ability?
But if it's charisma, I get to add my presence if I have the awe feature. Because they're drawn to me.
Red Eye sucks. Go for it.
Okay, it was charisma, intimidation.
Mm-hmm.
Charisma, intimidation, dominate, +1, I guess. And just for fun, for everyone at home, how many dice is that?
11.
That's a good amount. This person at present still has a job to do. The difficulty is 6. Best of luck.
6.
And if you deem this important enough and you fail, you can always use willpower to re-roll any failed non-hunger dice. We're moving up the floor, so in just a moment, we'll see what the hacker is doing.
Seven, and 2 of them were critical.
Okay. It's going to be more than sufficient. This individual looks to you, looks to Rune, looks to you, and they state that, I'm pretty sure I can at least call for a halting measure, but I think more people are coming, and they like look scared, and they walk over to a panel that's probably like 4 feet beyond the door, still within eyesight of both of you, especially as Rune probably comes up the stairs to keep their eyes on this person.
Yeah.
Urine is coating their pants, so they certainly haven't cyberwared their bladder out of the equation. And they tap on the wall, opening up a panel, and you see them fervently working on something for the moment. They're going to have to see how effective they are under the current circumstances, but it seems as though they have no qualm trying to be as helpful as possible. Cool. Any other quick actions from the two of you before we head up to Lionel?
I'll switch to my shotgun and be ready to lay down suppressing fire in the hallway.
That is a quick action. All right. Politely, I'm going to insist that we then up to 43. Lionel, you undoubtedly want to have some form of obfuscation going or another, at least to cover any meatware currently looking for you. But possibly, probably unsurprising, you get to the corner that would take you up to 43, do a quick, and you can see cameras pointed down the stairs yet again. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to shut those off again.
Perfect. Okay. Go ahead then. What we did all the way down on the first floor was tech intelligence, so go ahead and hit me with that again. By the way, at this point, turning them off, why make things hard by setting them on a loop? It will be easier just to turn them off.
Yeah, just turning them off. I got 7 successes.
Difficulty was 5, so you're good to go. Cameras are off. They can't trigger or alert your direct presence, even if the camera's being off is sort of an indicator that something's going on up here. You move up to the floor proper, and there are individuals leaning over the balcony, and they seem to be pointing weapons down towards 42. Thankfully, at present, none of your companions are on floor 42. They are 1 floor below. And while you see 5 individuals kind of pointing over, and a few of them simultaneously on the radio, you can clock additional tech signs of threat along the floor, but thankfully nothing at present has their eyes on you. You know that 2 doors to the right, just like the floor below, seems to be the space that has a direct access point. And when you get over there, you notice a similarly locked door than you had downstairs. If you want to try to force it open without drawing attention to yourself, that will be yet another technology and intelligence check.
6
The difficulty
successes.
will be higher this time to do so without causing the alert. This one's a 7.
I got 6. I'll use willpower.
There we go.
That turns it into 8.
More than sufficient. The door opens. It doesn't do so while causing alarm. There is somebody in the room, by the way. This person does have Soul Inc. A Soul Inc. polo shirt with khakis and cyber Crocs. And they look up at you from what appears to be a net architecture workstation, and they say, and you see them grab for a pistol that's on the table next to them, and they're going to go ahead and fire a shot vaguely in your direction that uncannily comes speeding directly towards you. I would like you to make an athletics dexterity check just for another instance of, can I double dodge?
Okay. 6 successes.
Okay, that means they only do 3 points of superficial damage, which means let's round up to be mean. You take 2 points of you take actually only 2 points of superficial damage. Wait, everybody at home, all my players got armor.
Yeah, my armor blocks 2.
Okay, go ahead and reduce your tech wear's HP by 1. And you fully block the shot as that individual their eyes light up as if they're trying to communicate with other persons on the floor. You've been made, unfortunately, in this space, but you do have both their computer and you have an access point in this space. It would be prudent to potentially go elsewhere or lock the door behind you and get to work.
That was the plan.
Cool. Okay. Do you want to neutralize them, or do you want to lock them in here with you, Rorschach from Watchmen style?
I was going to attempt to neutralize them.
Sure. What's your plan?
Do they look kindred or do they look human? just on sight?
They look very mortal.
Okay, I'm just
The
gonna shoot
Society of
him.
Leopold is they frown upon applicants who aren't mortal.
Makes sense. I'm just gonna shoot him.
Cool. All right. Make a firearms check, and under current circumstances, I actually think this could be a justification for firearms resolve or dexterity. Yeah.
6 successes.
Okay. How does their dodge go? Not great. So they got 3, which means you have 3 plus the damage of your weapon in superficial damage. What's the damage on your weapon?
It was 3d6 and then plus 2 superficial.
Hold on. I think what we talked about earlier is I just shed the d6. It's whatever that number is.
Yeah, so that's, I think you said if it was 3d6, it was 3 and then 2 superficial, so it'd be 5.
I know we were talking about programs for that. I'm just double checking. You have in your standard loadout the JKE X2 Kenshin Tech Pistol, which does 2 superficial damage. So 3
Oh,
plus
it's only 2. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. 5 points of
Oh, I
superficial
see.
damage results in this person going, and they're very near to death. Oh no, wait. No, they're fully dead. Okay, my bad. You clock them with a shot, and before they have a chance to do anything about it, they're just dead. They fall to the ground. The last thing I'll have you potentially do is seek to relock the door, but in a cool net running fashion. I don't imagine you have any programs in your deck specifically with reference to locking hardware doors, do you?
No.
If not, let's do everybody our favorite, intelligence tech.
Well, it's my
Now,
favorite
this is
too.
gonna
That
be-
is 9 successes.
Well, great. I was going to give you staggered successes like I did with the check that happened earlier today. Doesn't matter. You succeeded over the threshold. So it is locked, and it's locked with a scrambler code on it, which will make it more difficult for them to seek to open it up because you're a netrunner, and that sounds like something cool from the movie Hackers. Now, back downstairs. Silas, you trample on the ground. I'm sorry. The Velociperson tromps along the ground with you riding atop them, and I imagine there's been a little bit of sculpting to make this slightly more comfortable. You don't necessarily need the comfort, but it's a status thing. And as you arrive down at the end of the hall, this Toreador has a look on their face that certainly seems to convey, I know I should be running. Why am I not running? As they continue to not run. And Murph, are you moseying along in their wake?
Yeah. I'm gonna be a little rushed because I know stuff's happening upstairs and I kind of wanna not. I'm trying to do something here, so I'm gonna go up to the Toreador. I put my hand on his shoulder because, listen, you're kindred and you're living in a building where Sol Link has basically made its headquarters. You gotta know some stuff. Like, what is your knowledge about what the hierarchy is here and if they have any backup plans? Because I know you're not living here without making sure you cover your ass.
Charisma, persuasion.
Charisma and persuasion. What is that?
It's not a low difficulty, but it is lower as they are currently in a disadvantaged position. I don't know if I've said this word a lot enough. Velociperson, +2 kindred.
Yes.
And Himbo number 2.
Then I will get off my Velociperson just to linger nearby.
Sure.
Yeah. I'll be like, hey dude, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. So I rolled 9 dice. Those were all successes and 2 criticals.
I don't know why I bother complaining to myself about not stating the difficulty. It just doesn't seem relevant. Now, you get a look back from the Toreador, like they've just done celerity, but in their brain, like calculating the odds of trying to jump off the sledge. 34 floors isn't too bad. Okay, it's pretty bad. Like, a lot of stuff happens in the space of a second, and then they look to you and they state, I've been specifically placed here to keep an eye on Sol Link. They're not nearly as threatening as people believe them to be. They're just working on some weird black ice tech. Doesn't seem relevant. And they say 3 to 4 more sentences that seems to indicate that, oh yeah, I'm aware of all 6 of their operatives. Not true. And that they're currently working on just a different version of existing black ice. Similarly not true. This person seems very confident in the notion that their job here is boring. Not only is this a hidey hole, but this is an assignment that hasn't been worth their time. They're clearly superior in knowledge in this situation, and Soul Inc., although should be taken seriously, isn't doing anything here that's any more threatening than anything they're doing elsewhere. So there.
Okay, clocking that he clearly knows nothing, but it's like, yeah, but you've been here. Have you seen anyone you think is like important visiting at all? Or has it just been like grunts?
I mean, between you and me, this place was starting to smell. Like, surely you're catching on to that, right? It seems as though they've made some sort of a loose alliance with a Garou pack. Like, they're providing primary security upstairs, which seems nonsensical. Because again, they're not doing anything worth that degree of protection. For anybody who needs to know what Garou means, werewolf.
Okay. All right.
They did.
I look at
I
Silas.
want to get out of here before the dog pack fully stinks up the place, but I'm on assignment for at least one more week.
As Murph talks, Silas is like walking around the Toreador and just tracing, just analyzing the muscles and just getting an idea of the next project.
Built like a cheetah. He has sort of like, honestly, it's a pretty interesting mix of like Peruvian, Nigerian, South Korean, probably a little bit of like Croatian, and you're able to like narrow it down even further than that. Like, yes, some family lineage specifically from this area, and a little bit of that as well is happening at present. Not too uncommon in 2080. A beautiful mutt.
Yeah. Silas just looking at Murph, being like, "Are you done yet? Just let me know when you're done."
Okay, yeah, I'm done with him. Do you want him?
What Silas wants to do, Silas wants to try to compel and just borrow the Toreador, because unfortunately the flaw I chose was Diablerst, so Silas is particularly hungry.
For the record,
Interesting. Would
Murphy
you
knows.
like to share?
There's a moment like, there was this moment that Silas didn't even know. Silas was like, wait, do you also eat rarefied meat?
Yes.
The job is complete from the Ami Noir's perspective if you didn't.
If I did not?
If this isn't dinner, then you aren't gaining influence.
Yeah.
That
How
doesn't
about
mean-
I owe you one? How about I owe you one?
By
Because
the way,
I have feather.
this Toreador, who has been sufficiently mesmerized, and we'll go ahead and say that you're all prolific in what you do, as evidenced by all the dice rolls tonight, to the degree that you would have rationalized. And this Toreador goes, for the record, I don't like any of this.
Okay, you know what? How about I owe you? We share this guy. I'll take a hit to my thing.
People in the chat will probably call out that I have verbalized. It's perfectly fine if it's shared.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Dinner can be split. It just
As
has to
long-
be dinner.
Well, I do say, I do enjoy a good Sabbat sharing meal. And I would like to use Dominate to do Stolen Voice to remove the ability for the Toreador to speak, because I don't need to hear my meal.
Oof.
I usually say this as a reminder and joke at my home game tables, and I'll do so here just as an explanation of why I'm not going to have you roll for that. We're at mark 3 hours 23 minutes. It's gonna succeed. Just make your rouse check for me, please. It won't matter.
I'm gonna fail.
Sounds
I
good.
choose
I mean,
to fail.
you'll top off. That's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
And the Toreador begins. Over the next couple of seconds, something both of you would be fully aware of is the incredible masquerade violation if this happened out in the open, especially directly in front of pretty pliant himbos, but mortal himbos nevertheless.
It's fine. Like after it's all over, I'll just be like, you guys remember nothing from the past week, and I'll do a leaks call.
What about all of us? This is very much a public hallway. As like 6 or 7 passersby.
Mass manipulate leaks call,
Okay.
and no one remembers anything.
I'll add in a forgetful mind to like lock it into.
Bless you.
Totally fine. Once again, rouse checks. Doesn't matter. Do we fade to black, or are we going to describe very quickly what dinner looks like, and then back up to the action upstairs?
Fulfilling, I shall say.
Well seasoned.
And for what it's worth, more umami than you necessarily would associate with Toreador, but perhaps that's more a function of what they had for dinner than anything else. It's pleasant because it's not expected, and that's what makes it pleasant.
Silas and Murph have become best friends because we have broke bread.
The good news, of course, being that this individual did not expect to need to abscond. So, as is normally the case in such situations, some singed cyberware hits the ground, easy to pick up, as a bunch of ash that will similarly take care of itself. Eventually occurs during the decomposition process. You got places to be. Are you heading up?
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
we'll head up.
For what it's worth, for some reason the building's elevators seem to have stopped. So you're heading up the stairs. Unfortunately, walking, as is previously established for at least one of you. But, or no,
Well,
I'm sorry,
I mean,
the
we're
lost person.
we're besties now. Can you like give me a little hop up there?
I can. There's the other himbos here. I can make another Velociperson.
If you would be so kind.
I don't want to complain, but I've always liked the Deinonychus. Could I become a Gaianicus?
I can. That I can do. That is my specialty, is making people into various dinosaurs.
You are an incredible ripper, Doc. So that happens, and you guys are making your way upstairs. You might want to bring these people into your employ. They seem incredibly proficient at being dinosaurs. Now, you'll eventually join the scene upstairs. But once again, moving upward, we find ourselves now with the joint task of Rune and Mycon overseeing the actions of this Soul Inc. representative. And I rolled dice for them. Unfortunately, they're in too panicked of the state to effectively have disabled security systems above. And they tell you, I'll try again. They're on third attempt. Doesn't seem sufficient.
Okay, I'll just hit him with my bat.
Excellent. You're gonna knock them out. Do you want them to be dead or to be asleep?
Dead.
That happens. You take a pretty good swing. One thing Rocker Boys are well known for, apart from just being prolific musicians and prophets in their own right, is being wildly rebellious when the cause calls for it. This seems like a pretty good cause. No need to roll. This is a person out of their element facing off against Kindred. They've been training their whole life, or at least, I don't know, the last 2 years at correspondence course for Soul Link to face off against, and it's not proving sufficient this night. Directly above you is the floor that you know is apparently where the servers are, but you also catch onto the notion, looking just over the balcony, that quite a few other people have guns on that floor. What are the two of you doing now?
We go loud? We go fast? Loud? Fast?
Yes.
Awesome!
Excellent. I need both of you to make go fast, go loud rolls.
Okay.
You look on your sheet. Yeah.
Oh.
Mycon,
Those are stats, obviously.
I will admit, not having had a chance to appreciate your cative character sheet just yet, what disciplines have you chosen for yourself? You don't have to name off the specific abilities, just what discipline trees?
Dominate and presence.
I mean, slay? It makes total sense. Would you mind a little auteur directing? Cool. Let's have you lean into the notion of bolstering your dominate with presence, as was displayed previously, so that you can have all eyes on you, simultaneously shooting at the people you are commanding to miss, so that they're simultaneously not hitting you and not aiming at your friend. How does that sound?
That sounds
Okay,
perfect.
What I would love from you then is a charisma. If you turn on your modified vocal cords, making certain that this message is spread as far as possible, you can reach all the persons on floor 43, pointing down to 42, and most likely a lot of the people on 42 as well. And I would like you to make, as a result, either persuasion or performance plus charisma plus dominate +1 from presence, which I hope is a lot of dice. And Idly, do you have a similar course of action utilizing your abilities? I had promised Stevie I would assist earlier today, and that's me doing my best to assist with a cool move. But do you
Yeah.
have anything in mind, or do you want a similar suggestion?
Well, I think that since Stevie has that under control, we're just gonna try and do another trick shot, but this time kind of in a, well, they're all hopefully paying attention to Stevie, or not Stevie, Micah. We're gonna have a trick shot, just kind of go wild. We're gonna go wild with it.
So what we're going to do, if you're interested in doing this, and for all intents and purposes, we probably should have argued for this in the previous roll. You can split your attack emitted amongst multiple targets simply by dividing your successes.
Okay.
Depending on how successful Mycon is in just a second, that'll reduce the difficulty to hit multiple targets. But let's have you build the same pool you did previously.
Okay.
With your celerity, your dexterity, your firearmory.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. You do hear roars coming up the stairs. It doesn't make sense, but I would have to imagine that Sam Lopez becoming a little bit sillier also assumes that Silas would find it entertaining if the Humosaurus could roar. Why not?
This can be done. Vocal cords can be
Okay.
adjusted.
I'm gonna try not to get too silly. This is the dark future, but it is my nature. Now,
No, it's not silly. It's
Mycon.
gothic horror. So yes.
Mycon, how'd we
Silas,
do?
can I get them on a track?
I don't see why not.
Thank you. That was 12 successes. 2 of them were critical.
Amazing.
Excellent. Mortals usually can't defend against such things happening to them unless they're aware of it and sufficiently trained. Society of Leopold members are sufficiently trained. Your friend Sam rolled 5 dice. He picked them up again out of rage, silently while joking with his friends, before he could take a photo indicating that he received all 1s but 1 3, which, no matter how you look at it, is not a success. And he's using mob tactics for groups of enemies. Red Eye sucks. I'm happy about the result here because all the persons on the 42nd floor at the very least, and over half, but just over half of the individuals up on the 43rd floor, make certain that I guess we also have to go loud, but they're doing the same thing that happened with the ambulance a little bit earlier today. They're shooting, because you can count expended shells later to show off that we definitely did our part, but they're certainly not shooting at you or your good friend Newt. I almost said Newt. Rune. Rune, this gives you less difficulty with reference to the trick shot you're seeking to attempt. To hit, if you're using your pistol, to hit a quarter of the attackers successfully, I will need you to roll at minimum a 7. It's still a lot of people. And we're not splitting up successes. I decided this is more fun. But if you want to hit half of the available targets, okay, yeah, I was gonna say 10. I was gonna say 10. You got 10 successes?
Yes.
Cool. What
And
this means is
I'm having a hard time reading the demiplane like successes. Is or like for criticals, what symbol would be the criticals?
Looks like an Ankh with a double star.
That's 3 criticals.
So then, yeah, then it would make
14.
Yeah.
Well, it's more than 10 is the
Yeah.
important point.
Yes.
Raise your hand if you think it would be cool that every mortal person on the 42nd floor is no longer with us, in addition to a handful of people on the 43rd floor. Okay, that's at least 1 hand from everybody, including the storyteller. Those are
And the
his
Velocipersons also raise hands.
Yep.
We have all changed places. So one moment as I
Oops.
fix this.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Distracted.
that was the Zoom
I put my
function.
hands up and it raised my hand. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah,
and I made it
exactly.
worse.
I
And then
forgot
made it
about that
worse.
Zoom
It's
function.
okay. I think we're all back.
the stream is still going. That's what matters.
Yeah.
And that would further contribute to how squirrely things are getting. So,
Mhm.
everybody commits to the bit where, like, if we want to get paid, and unfortunately, even though we do believe in the Society of Leopold, aka Soul Inc. mission, we're still here primarily to get paid. We have to be firing towards the Kindred, but Kindred could be anywhere in Night City. So as bullets go towards the walls, the floor, the ceiling, certainly not at the two of you, they're making themselves much more obvious targets, to the point where the Quicksilver, specifically from Days of Future Past music, begins again, at least in Rune's head, if not out loud, because I don't know if you guys knew this, but the Rocker Boy has a speaker and the ability to play music, so it could be happening on a broad scale. I'm gonna sum up.
100% is.
16 people on the 42nd floor fall flat at the same time, and they are quite worried that this is going to have an effect both on the mission they have committed to, but more importantly, their paychecks, as 5 people on the floor above them have similar results. Neural wear is weird, because as you're passing away, you do have cybernetic elements that are like working to keep your brain going, and it's kind of like, no, you're fine, keep going for just a few more seconds, and they're like using that time to consider just the detriment of not being able to utilize hazard pay, because they're pretty sure they're gonna die. And then that's precisely what happens. And Lionel, as we move up to you, you hear like a crazy number of bullets that tells you somebody's gonna have to buy a new gun, because they just used celerity to overheat a weapon to the point of uselessness, but they probably did something really cool in the process. And you're here with Rune. It was most likely Rune. That's cool and all. What are you doing with computers?
He thinks, finally I can think, and starts to try to get into the system and figure out how to deal with this red ice programming.
All right. Knocking on the front door seems like an awfully terrible idea. Take a look at the Rolodex, knowing full well that the very first thing as you move into the elevator will undoubtedly be a strong red ice defensive program. Which offensive program in your cyber deck do you want to have up front, ready to go, knowing full well that you and I are going to have a roll-off to see who goes first, you or the program?
I mean, I have, what's it called? I feel like the armor program would be the one to use for this, because the other one is only good against non-black ice attackers.
And
is this technically non-black ice? Would Lionel know this?
Yeah, it's a modified black ice to be more
Okay.
effective against Kindred. So
Yeah.
you're choosing a prudent measure, even if it's not directly offensive. So proverbially speaking, you step onto the net, and many people interpret this differently. We won't go into the fully illustrative instance of this, but as you step into the space and you move through the door, so to speak, sure enough, unsurprisingly, at the core of Soul Inc.'s net architecture in this space is a daemon. And this demon is wanting so badly to rip apart your psyche, but it has to see if it's going to act before your armor goes into place. So what I'm going to have you do is very simply make and I think what we decided on earlier today is resolve tech check, which in the I don't believe that's what I messaged you specifically, but let's go resolve and technology to see if you can beat it to the punch.
6.
I also got a 6, but I'm gonna go once again. Tie goes to the runner, like we established earlier in the day. So you put up your armor. What does that do for you again? What?
It just makes it so that I get less brain bleed when the programs attack me.
Good news. That means only 3 points of aggravated damage would have come your way, because on the tides still has a +3, but you are lowering it by 2. So your mind lights on fire, but much less effectively as it very well could have been, and you take 1 point of aggravated damage, and I do need you to make a willpower check, because for all intents and purposes, these are real flames, propagated by faith.
This is 4.
4. That is more than sufficient. You fight through the pain, and for all intents and purposes, if you can slide, aka get out of the view of this red ice program and onto the next floor, you can avoid having to stand here and trade blows with it. But you also run the risk of you're not effectively evading its attention, and then it just attacks. Do you want to try to fight against it or evade it entirely?
So I get 4 deck actions on my turn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to try to fight fire with. So I'm gonna try to neutralize it because I don't like things being behind me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. It is. This shouldn't be too much of a surprise. It is going to use its 2 actions to attack. And what are you choosing?
I'm using 2 swords and a hellbolt to try to just neutralize this thing.
All right, let's roll all of that at once. So you use all of your attack, and I'll use all of my attack. And then we'll just do a big combined. How much was that? Because we're melting vampire and cyberpunk in a confusing way that was not play tested. We're just gonna go with this.
So the 2 swords, because am I basically just rolling like my net check for each of them? Is that how we're doing this?
I think so.
Okay. So
yeah,
my 2 swords were 7 successes and 8 successes, and my hellbolt was 10.
15, which is way better than my 10. Not play tested. Red ice is a big threat, guys, but it also sucks. So your number of successes plus the additional damage on top of that—that's a hellbolt, 2 swords, is far more than sufficient for you literally to chew this red ice to pieces. I don't know if you remember what I described previously, however, is that not unlike the Hydra, it is now split into 2 additional programs. And
well, I thought
facing
if
off
I
against
took it all out in one spot in one
you're
go.
right. Totally. Yep.
That's why I went super offense and no.
Why you went full bore? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave your instance of what are we doing on a dramatic note because you move down to the next level and then you can tell there's another point of defense. There's a locked door directly beyond, but you arrive at a point where if you were to use a scan program or a scan action within net architecture in Cyberpunk, you'd be able to discern that this is a file. It's probably not the most pertinent file specifically with reference to Red Ice development, but in the back of your mind somewhere, you do know that there's a net company you've previously worked with who's promising you money and or favors if you're able to get out some evidence of this Red Ice because they promise they won't use it against you. They just want to see how it works. So before you consider moving forward, heading further into the mainframe to potentially destroy the server from within, I want you to think, am I going to go for this file first? While you consider that, we're going to jump back downstairs. The closer we get everybody to the same floor, the less we're splitting the action. We're getting very close to that taking place, everybody. The Vampunks on their dino mounts have moved expeditiously up very quickly. These were well put together human dinosaurs. The Gaianicus and the Velociperson to the 41st floor, directly alongside Rune and Mycon. Names are getting the best of me. You're all up here. You're all here together. This is the first time probably 2 of you have seen Velociperson and Gaianicus, but it's also not the craziest thing you've ever seen. Knowing full well that the vast majority of physical threats have been eliminated, and if things aren't going well in the net and no communication has delivered you that news otherwise, that potentially going after the physical servers could take care of the problem or at least help the net side of things. What are all of y'all doing?
Yeah. Checking in with Lionel real quick. Can we connect with him as he's busy?
As far as I know, yes, because you're in both spaces.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna check in with you and be like, so listen, I'm not good at this tech stuff, but what do you need that we can do from out here?
Lionel's like, I'm trying to destroy it from the inside, but if you destroy it from the outside faster, that works too.
Faster?
Cool. That's all we needed to hear.
Yeah.
Yep. Fast,
There-
loud, big.
There's a moment that Silas like stretches
Yay!
fingers. I could do a thing, but I might need a little bit of space if you don't mind. And we'll like take off his shirt, fold it. We'll undo his pants. He has his underwear on, and stretches, and then I'm gonna activate my horrid form.
Yep. Saw that
As my body will start to sweat blood and start to congeal to create this like black ichor, and I will become this like enlarged gargoyle-like form as I will basically make myself into a monstrous vampire creature, which increases all my stats, but also I can't talk anymore. It just becomes guttural sounds out of me. And I'm going to bull in a china shop rampage through all of it.
Murphy leans over to Mikey and is like, is it weird that I kind of find him more hot like that?
Oh, not at all.
Yeah, I thought so. And as he's rampaging, I'm going to do a ceremony, gift of false life, and all the Sol Inc. people that just died, I'm going to raise them to cause even more mayhem and destruction.
I'm so glad you chose that Oblivion power. And I was looking through your sheet earlier, and I was hoping for an opportunity, and yay.
Yes.
Okay. I do imagine that is a hunger rouse check. Which, by the way, this is an interesting conundrum that I think Jaden will be more than happy that I get to rule it in this direction. Both of you, having sipped the last drinks of life out of a Toreador vampire, will have gained some degree or another of essence power from them, and one could argue in favor of you potentially having short-term additional celerity or presence or something of that nature, but more importantly, that brought both of you down to 0 hunger in those moments. So turning yourself into a crazy vampire monster undoubtedly gave cause for a rouse check, and what you're doing now gives cause for a rouse check. Just for flavor, let's have you roll those rouse checks. As a corpse army is risen, a Shadow Daddy vampire lord also is risen.
You understood.
And what is Mycon doing? And by the way, giving everybody a hint, we're going to go a little bit more narrative finish, because all of you banding together and the way things are going obviously is going to work. But I don't want it to take away from your creative ways in which you want to finish this out. Mycon, what bombastic way do you want to contribute to this final effort to tear through the literal servers while they're being shredded from within?
For sure. I bat in one hand, revolver in the other. I'm just stomping through, and with my vocals activated, I'm also just screaming music, just wailing on everything I can see.
Oh yeah. Not unlike a literal berserker or banshee of Celtic lore, you're using your voice as a weapon as much as your literal weapons, and those who have not yet been cowed by either the death of so many of their companions, or those companions coming back to life, or the literal, what would be Grast from the Forgotten Realms, but dripping in blood, possibly with wings and some other stuff going on, tearing through their numbers and possibly going towards the servers, is now followed up by a literal screaming banshee hailing weapon fire and bludgeoning bats upon them. And somehow, amid amongst the strange, something as almost mundane by comparison as that is equally scary. Because to be walking in the wake of those things and be just as effective conveys a certain degree of badassitude that I would personally run away from. Rune,
Yeah.
in what fashion are you similarly contributing to this madness?
So I think in kind of a interesting deviation from her normal, she's using the chaos to move almost unpercepted through as she goes as fast as she can towards if anywhere she might think the server might be. She'll drop her headset and will try and use her awareness to get there if possible.
And the four of you working together on this floor, knowing full well that Mycon is definitely here, even if their performer stepped away for a moment. You're doing pretty good control of people coming up the stairs. It seems as though one of the elevators was put back in operation to deliver additional, more sufficient beyond standard security. Similarly, upon racing into this space using your super speed, you look to your right as you enter the server room to watch as tearing through the wall and entering the outer hallway space onto the chaos that's already ensuing are two fully shifted war form Krynos werewolves with cyberware, which tells you they must be sufficiently powerful Guru to be able to shift and maintain the technology adhered to their beings. Stepping through to enter the fold in the chaos, with one additional one staying behind looking at the server space. Hasn't yet shifted, but is trying to retain the rage that would prevent them from going full Krynos in the wake of their companions. They barely notice the blur as you come into the space, and you're looking at no fewer than 32 server stacks split between 4 adjoining apartments along one wall of the building. And you can begin like rabbit punching, so to speak, using a variety of cyberware options you have, because they'll always be faster than your firearms, knowing full well that this werewolf will come bearing down on you. But will the 4 of you very briefly in one additional sentence describe the whirling dervish of chaos that you all contribute to fighting mortals who know what they're doing more than the ones who died before them, 3 werewolves, and the servers themselves? And then we'll turn it over to Lionel to finish out what it looks like as they basically push themselves to the brink of almost final death, being inflamed from within without actually passing through the web architecture, so that they reach the core and are able to, I don't know, maybe keep some of it or destroy all of it. Like, let's get a quick brief description from all of you, and then we'll wrap it with Lionel.
I don't want to take the werewolves if no one else minds.
Oh, I had an idea to use the werewolves.
But then you go first.
She's gonna once again remember using her speed to trick the turrets into fighting each other, and she's gonna Quicksilver pop around and have the like, hey, and let the werewolf destroy the server on her behalf. And just kind of pop around using their strength against them to do what she wants.
So, a great and popular video game mechanic with reference to enemies too strong to hurt yourself, but environmental factors can do the job for you, comes into play with one werewolf in the server room with Rune. And a joint quick description from Murph, the Prophet, and Mycon. And I keep seeing Stevie on Zoom, which is why I struggle every time with Mycon. Sorry about that. But what are the 3 of you doing with the remaining werewolves and people out here as more persons come flooding up the stairs?
I'm gonna head to the people as the people come into the server space. I'm gonna get close enough that I want to kind of consume around them, and use vicissitude to morph my body around them to mold their bones and flesh into mine, and then expel it out like a porcupine shooting out their bones into the server space.
Delicious.
Hot.
And then
Perfect.
Mycon and Murph. I mean, yes, but also.
But also, that one scene from Lord of the Rings where he jumps out of the ship and like the ghost army comes out after him. That, but with undead, sort of living, not quite ghouls, as they break their bodies tearing into these servers.
Because you have Oblivion, one could argue that some genuine wraiths come into the mix as well.
Hell yeah.
Some Ghosts in the Machine coming out.
Oh yeah. And Mycon?
I'm not even moving anymore. Now it's just screaming, like almost visible, like waves at this point.
You, moving in the path of your friends who've moved a little bit quicker and more aggressively than yourself, you're still close enough to the steps that some individuals coming up behind you get caught in the orbital attack being generated by your Banshee Shriek. This is not on your character sheet, but you definitely cow them into a position where they go to their knees covering their ears, especially those who have advanced audio studios in play, who have no other choice but to be hearing the sounds you're generating on inhuman levels, making them perfect targets for literally all the other shit that was just described. And they too, like the Army of the Dead rising behind the Night King and White Walkers, or let's be forthright, the much more cool example that was already levied with the army of Kingslayers joining Aragorn outside of Minas Tirith. All of this contributes to let's call it what it is, a literal bloodbath. And Lionel, the one thing that I'll state on your behalf, as you describe, to the best of your ability, dope-ass shit leading you to the center of the web architecture, is at every node that you pass, because control nodes are definitely a part of net running architecture. You can take control of turrets. You can take control of cameras. More importantly, you gain access to storage. The one thing that I'll say as you describe how you contribute, and I'll give you 2 instances of this because that's what everybody else got, is that at the very least, you are wiping camera banks so that there's no genuine visual evidence of all the shit that just happened. But beyond that, what are you up to, my guy?
So, Lionel starts to hear things breaking, Banshee shrieking, bones blowing through server points, as well as an entire army of ghouls smashing into server banks. The first thing he does is put earplugs in. And then as he's going through the entire cybertech, you see he's got his 2 blades and his tech armor, because in the cyber world he's way cooler than he is in the real world, and he's whirling through whatever kind of black ice programs that are still left remaining as he starts wiping cameras. And the people outside that are his friends might see the turrets start, the friend foe on them seems to have shifted, and instead of firing at his friends, it's picking off any of the remaining people coming up the stairs, as you hear them kind of blaring on all the other floors at anyone that might be part of this Soul Link. And as he kind of gets to the final program, he goes to destroy pieces of it, but he keeps a part and he uploads it into his cyberware.
Mm-hmm. And you very specifically have memory chips for such an occasion, so okay. Now, it makes nothing but good sense to me with reference to the stats I put on the red ice that they would take you within an inch of your own life, but you do succeed in the end. And for dramatic purposes, I just need everybody to roll a single die. You're going to exist after tonight, but that tells us whether or not you too came relatively close to your
just 1d10
to your final death.
Or do I? Yeah, I'm already there,
good,
right?
Yeah. A 1.
No.
You're still good. You're just the vicissitude is covering up a lot of the damage to your actual form that's taking place, and like you're able to hold up like the next literal shield made of like 42 bones cobbled together, but that doesn't hide the fact that your personal like vitae is being strewn all across the floor. Who else had a failure? Okay. So Rune, you the act of physically damaging, but the servers yourself, but also occasionally catching the slightest hint, because the werewolf seems to be able to speed itself up as well, has given cause for your daring act to assist Lionel's actions, but not without you taking physical tolls yourself. And something we never got into, medtech wise, that includes your ability to have like stimmed yourself here and there to top off your healing and still getting back down. But it looked cool as hell as you were torn apart. Any other failures? No? Okay. So 3 of you worn to within an inch of your unlives, and 2 of you doing fairly well besides. Eventually you do hear Murph. Boss, I was circling the block until I started hearing like way too crazy sounds, but if you look out to the central courtyard and you begin seeing a helicopter lowering down, like, this is only gonna work if we all exfil right the hell now. And sure enough, Gabe is out there piloting a NCPD helicopter? Question mark?
I am going to give you so many bonuses. I'm giving you a raise like literally right now. I'm bumping up your raise.
Sir, the greatest bonus is if we can get out of here ASAP. Can you round up the troops?
I will do exactly that and rush them, I guess. Where's Lionel? Where is he?
You see the last thing Lionel does before he gets out of the program is run his cloak to kind of make sure that even if they try to search through the cyber network, they won't find any traces of him being in there specifically. And so, you see that door on the 43rd floor open, and Lionel comes out, and he looks like he's almost burnt to a crisp, as he's kind of like staggers out of the room.
but you're not well, you are undead. You're not. You exist still. That's
You're
always a
not
funny way
deader.
of phrasing it. Yeah,
You're not dead or
Um,
TM.
Just mostly dead.
mostly dead. Yep. Helping everybody along in some way, shape, or form, still with some small arms fire being leveled against you. You do make it to the helicopter, which does mean for most of you jumping, whether or not you have the physical means of doing so. The human source definitely shared their contact info. They'll be needed later. But all the vampires ride out on the helicopter, and it's probably after maybe a minute of silence, with another quick hack being sent out to scramble any tracking signals that would be following this particular helicopter that was, let's call it, pretty good odds not acquired in a legal sense by Gabe. And you maintain low cover, flying under some bridges, under some buildings, because Night City architecture is wild, and otherwise doing whatever's necessary to evade direct and indirect tracking over the course of the next couple of minutes, wherein, apart from the rotary blades and other tertiary loud sounds that make their way over that noise that would reach your ears, you have the first instance of silence. You saved Moss Hanks tonight. You also did a significant blow against Soul Inc. in their attempts to get red ice out there, but nobody fucking likes red ice. Fuck red ice. And to that end, over the next probably only hour, because you're coming in, believe it or not, all that happened in pretty quick succession. You have enough time this night to reach contact from Victor Temple, and he does claim that went a little bit louder than he was seeking to have occurred. But at the same time, he told you all that what was important was that the servers were destroyed, that Red Ice was taken down, at least in Night City this night. And that's something you all did with aplomb. Some additional favors are probably leveled, but the best of them go to Murph. Everybody else gets their funds. Victor does not give the additional 50,000 or additional money on top of 100,000 towards the effort of disseminating funds again amongst people in need, as previously agreed to with Silas in particular. But he does give the 100,000, and the rest of the costs, he explains reasonably, need to cover damages in his own territory wrought by this night's events. So it is helping people in need, as that was still a residential building for other persons. There is a pretty cool music video worth of content generated by way of iCams on members of the crew that do help out with Chrome Heart endeavors. And is there any other, like, oh, this would be a cool thing that happens for the crew out of this event?
At least one thing, it is important to note, Silas was not in the helicopter. He was hanging off of the railing because Silas does not ride in vehicles.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I have no rebuttal. That fully happens. Yep.
Rune takes a nap after all of her running. She's tired.
Oh, yeah.
Lionel starts to work on that piece of the program that he found, and he's putting in a backdoor kill switch basically for when he sends it off, for that if those people try to use it, it's going to backfire on them.
I need you to make one more roll for me then. This will be the final roll of this one shot, and that will be yet another intelligence and technology, because in Cyberpunk, when you clear traces or set traps, the difficulty others have to roll against is what you rolled to put them in place. So in the background of our minds, we'll either know how hard it would be for them or how easy it would be for them based on this one intelligence technology roll.
11.
11.
Yeah.
That's more than pretty sufficient, my guy. You
I
know
got
that
4 criticals.
if who you're giving it to, that system tech
Sorry, 2
company,
criticals, so it got to 8. But yeah, anyway.
Oh, yeah. People will try to tear it down, but whatever you just put into place won't go down without a fight. And payments are levied, favors are promised. Night City is not safe. But it's safer.
It's pretty clear that we're the danger.
Yeah, it's not safe from us. Well, it's safe from Rune.
Am
while she
I the
takes a
drama?
nap.
I'm Sabat, so no one's safe.
You know, fuck the Andaluvians too. It's whatever.
But I don't know. I think Silas and Murph have learned that we both have same palates, so who knows?
In a private like group chat, like a chat to Silas. Murphy's gonna be like, "Hey, I still owe you a favor for you sharing dinner. So, like, would you like to come on over and I'll get to something better?"
Oh, absolutely, to the highest degree.
Slay, literally. And on that, that's an interesting note upon which I'll go ahead and state, and that's where we'll conclude this one shot. Everybody, mixing Cyberpunk and Vampire the Masquerade is not something I thought of. They have a published supplement from many, many years ago with previous editions of both games having been melded together, but was trying to mash them together in about 2 weeks' time myself as not a games designer a bad idea? Yeah, and that's why it was a great program for the bad ideas.
Yeah.
I have been, just as a reminder, this evening's endeavors were not just to have a great time, both amongst ourselves and for you, the audience, but also to support the National Immigration Law Center, a wonderful 501c nonprofit organization seeking to better the lives of immigrants. All of you helped us reach this evening's goal, and I believe in then some, unless I wasn't tracking the update. But
275.
just want to say, woo, and then some. These Vampunks are crazy. I'm so glad I got to play with all of you this evening, and thank you all for the contributions you gave to that charitable organization. My name is Sam. I can be found most places online at Dungeon Samster. I have been your storyteller for this evening, and I'm going to go in the same order we did previously, just because it's easy for my brain. And that brings us to Angelo.
I'm Ange, and once again, and I am adapting to and whatever platform it's on. So if it's Threads or Instagram, it's adapting to Meta. If it's Twitch, it's adapting to Twitch, and so on and so forth. And you can find me a couple nights of the week on the D&D with D channel playing various games like Curse of Strahd. And tomorrow night I'll be doing my high-level D&D game where I have a level 18 party going through a world-ending event kind of thing going on as the DM.
Hell yeah. All right. And Jaden, what do you want to plug?
So it's Jaden King. All social media at It's Jaden King. If you want to play games with me, I run games and start playing. I write TTRPG content, and I am currently in the level of producing Light Omens, my cultural-based TTRPG, where it's a post-apocalypse society where all things cultural was suppressed, and we find a way to bring it back through the nature, spirit, community, and all things that are great that have been suppressed for too long. As a Black American, it's important for me to feel seen, but me being seen means that others get heard as well. So follow the journey as it's coming out sometime, and hopefully the Ashcan soon. So yeah, that's my plug right now.
Hell yeah. And I'm losing my voice. But Stevie.
Stevie.lcx on any socials that I have. I don't remember which ones I have and which ones I've gotten rid of for whatever reasons. I'm currently doing a handful of actual plays. The one that's published a couple of episodes is Cosmonalia. You can find it, I believe, on Your Saturday Night on YouTube. And it's really, really fun. You get to see me be all blue. And shoot guns.
Yeah, that sounds great. We love commitment. And B, where can we find you? What are you up to?
Hi, it's B. I'm Typer Oscillations on all social media. I do mostly art. And also I am in a game that's going to be this Tuesday on the Bad Ideas channel called Girls Gone Wasteland, which is a Fallout-based mini series.
And possibly here to talk about that just a little bit more, but also other things, we have Idly.
Hi, I'm Idly, also known as Wild Hearts on all social media platforms that I have. So on Tuesday, we will be having Girls Gone Wasteland, which we're actually going to have a birthday episode in a junkyard. And I have been crafting a wonderful NPC for our highway heroines to meet. Later this month, we will be having the first of our once-a-month one-shots on the Bad Ideas with guest DMs and guest players, as well as we are starting pre-production on the project that will follow Girls Gone Wasteland once that wraps up for its first season. We will be having Hot Summer Nights, which is in full throttle in pre-production. I can't wait to share all the wonderful updates. I just needed to get through this first before I do anything else for that producer-wise. So I'm gonna turn on the window for our raffle prize wheel. I'm gonna pick 5 people. Do you think it's cool if we do 1 prize per person? That way, if
Yep.
they get rolled twice. Okay.
Yep.
So I have to readjust some stuff as the prize wheel gets loaded in, all funky like. There we go. So our first winner. We probably should have called out what that winner would have gotten. Custard Cosmos, you're gonna get one of our prizes. We did not declare what that was, but we have.
Do we want to go in order for my Instagram post?
Yeah, let's do that.
Just in case that makes it easy. All right.
Yes.
So, Custard Cosmos, because I love that. Is that the
Yeah.
name? Custard Cosmos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Custard Cosmos, you will be receiving a hardcover copy of She is the Ancient, a Genderbend Curse of Strahd. That does much more than swap pronouns. It actually reimagines a lot of the story in wonderful ways. And one of the contributing authors is right here with us. It's Jaden King. A PDF, I believe, will be coming from his neck of the woods, and then I was able to arrange for a physical copy coming from my neck of the woods. So we'll reach out to you with details on how we'll be distributing that at some point.
Awesome.
And then the next winner will be receiving, I believe it's a copy of Things from the Flood.
Ooh, things.
That
from the
She is
Flood.
the
That's
Ancient's
coming
actually
from
really
me.
great. It's the Curse of Straw game that I was talking about that streamed usually in this slot on Sunday nights is the She is the Ancient
I love
supplement.
it. It's amazing. It was great to be able to contribute to it, and it's
You
great.
get a package from me.
It's been great.
So we'll connect with you to get your prize over there. I'm gonna make sure to put that down. You get things from the flood. Custard Cosmos, you're gonna get She. Okay, cool.
Is the Ancient. All right. And the next person will receive from, I think it's 10 Speed Press, the Dungeons and Dragons All Ages Companion Places and Portals, and a very cool stained glass D20 from a friend of mine whose handle I don't remember off the top of my head, but they're great, and we'll plug them in socials. But D20 and D&D accompaniment book.
That's gonna be Jordan K.
All right, we'll take that down and get details to disseminate that later. The next person is from the same book publisher. I believe it's Artificers in Alchemy, another all ages companion, and another one of the D20 stained glass units. Did we spin the wheel?
It's Custard Cosmos, but we're gonna re-roll that.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. So 1 moment.
Thank you
Sorry,
for contributing, Custard Cosmos.
Yeah. That's gonna. Oh my gosh! It keeps going to the. It really wants them to.
I'm gonna have to message him later because he might have crashed. He is in a different time zone.
We're gonna get it all
it's-
sorted out.
The
That probability is hilarious, though.
Foil-
It's the probability
Foil and
that's great.
Fables gets prize number 4,
Excellent.
which I have forgotten. So I'm putting prize number 4.
Book and stained glass D20. And the final package includes the Heroes Feast Dungeons & Dragons official cookbook. It has the DK Books Dungeons & Dragons Stickerology book and the D&D Tarot deck. So it's a fun little big gift pack. This is the 5th and final of the prizes.
That tarot deck is incredible. It's really fun for character building.
Nice.
It is beautiful.
I-
as hell.
Nutmeg.
Nutmeg.
dragon.
Nice.
Yay! Hell yeah. All right. On that note, everybody, we will see about getting contact information and shipping details to be able to get you those prizes. Thank you so much to literally everybody who contributed. It's a wonderful cause. We're so glad you helped us to contribute to them this evening. We all need to go to bed, but we hope that we can share more bad ideas with you in the near future.
All right. Thank you all for joining us. As always, there's no such thing as an idea too bad for the bad ideas. I'm gonna put out our little cast card that I made forever ago to give proper credit to everybody who participated in the stream. Thank you, and you know what? Make some questionable decisions. Maybe turn into a horrifying flesh monster. I don't know. Keep it weird.